I can, if as long as that protective order is signed, if that's okay with defense counsel and Your Honor can sign it, I can send all of the files over today.
That's fine, Judge. I would ask for a week if that's the case, just to make sure that we get everything.
Marianne, is there space available on the June 15th docket?
Yes, at 8:30.
Oh, of course. When we were here last week, I thought that there was a protective order coming over. I haven't seen it as of yet.
That was for the kids talk only. This is for
Okay.
electronic discovery. It's different.
Okay. So we'll adjourn a week, June 15, 2022, 8:30 a.m. in courtroom number 2. If you get the protective order over, I'll get it signed and we'll get it back to the parties.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Calhoun?
Thank you.
Judge, if we could also request a DSU report from pretrial services, I'd like to at some point address Mr. Bossay's bond, but would like to have that report done.
I thought we did that last week. There was a referral to DSU to address the bond at next PCC. That was my note. Let me look to see.
We did request one. I haven't received it. I'm not sure if the court has one.
I haven't seen anything. I don't see anything in the notes that we have anything, but I've made another note that that's what we need to do. And Marianne, if you'd be kind enough to make a note on your records and we'll follow up on that request. Anything else, Ms. Anderson?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bossan, I don't think I received your appearance this morning. Would you just state your name for me, please, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Brian Bostain.
Thank you. I will see you again next week, sir, 8:30.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor. You have a blessed day, you and your
Thank
staff.
you. Good morning, Mr. Bingham.
Good morning.
How are you, sir?
Disappeared on us.
They moved him in to have his information verified. Mr. Moxie, if you get your client on, we'll get your case called, sir.
Judge, that is the defendant.
You know what? No, let me stop because I don't like how that's labeled, but it doesn't matter. Good morning, Mr. Daly.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm super. How are you, sir?
Good, thanks. I was just retained late last night on a gentleman named Avery Cooper.
Yes, sir.
And can you tell me what kind of a hearing that is this morning?
Arraignment pretrial.
And who's the
Give me one
prosecutor?
Brand Bailey.
Fran Daly?
Brand, B-R-Y-N, Bailey.
How do you spell Daly?
Would you like to speak with her, sir?
I would love to, thank you.
It's like your last name, but with a B, as in boy.
Oh. I was gonna say, I didn't know I had any relatives up here. Thank you very much. I'd love to speak with her.
Good morning, Mr. Moxie.
Hi, good morning.
How are you, sir?
I'm just fine. Here on a Dawson Wills.
Your client is here. Do you need to speak to him?
No, it's just going to be a waiver.
As soon as Ms. Bailey comes out, I'll call the case and we'll get the waiver done, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome, sir. This is 220393FY, State of Michigan versus Dawson Wills. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Brenda Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Mr. Moxie?
Thanks, Judge. Andrew Moxie, P number 69568, on behalf of Mr. Wills.
Mr. Wills, state your name for me, please, sir.
Dawson Lauren Wills.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Moxie, how are we proceeding this morning?
Judge, this is a waiver of exam. I've had an opportunity to speak with my client, explain the nature of her preliminary exam, the burden faced by the prosecution. He desires to waive that exam. No one's promised him or threatened him anything.
Mr. Wills, raise your right hand for me, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. You were able to hear your attorney just now, sir?
Yes, sir. I mean, yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Thank you. You understand? That's okay. You understand that you have an absolute right to have a preliminary examination in this matter where the prosecutor would have to show that a crime was committed and probable cause exists to believe that you were involved in the commission of that crime?
Yes,
And sir, even knowing this information, you still wish to waive your right to have that exam?
yes,
No one's threatened you in any way, promise you anything to get you to waive that exam?
correct.
You're waiving that exam freely and voluntarily.
Yes,
Do the people have any objection to the waiver?
No, Your Honor, no objection.
Mr. Moxie, inasmuch as you and your client appear virtually, there is not a signed waiver in the file. Do you authorize the court to sign the waiver on your behalf and on behalf of your client?
Please, Judge. And again, my P number is 69568.
The court is signing the waiver on behalf of the defendant and defense counsel, and will sign it binding Mr. Wills over. Mr. Wills, inasmuch as the prosecution does not object to the waiver, the court will sign the same. The next step in these proceedings will be an arraignment on the information at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice on June 22nd, 2022 at 9 a.m. Your previously entered bond, along with any conditions, will continue. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, nothing further.
Anything else on behalf of the defense?
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wills, good luck to you, sir. Have a wonderful day.
thank you.
Was Mr. Daly ready?
Your Honor, his client was not on the Zoom when we looked for him.
Okay.
So he had to sign off, and he was calling his client, and then he informed me that he would be signing back in.
Thank you, ma'am. Is Mr. Bigham actually Mr. Batar, or is he more properly MIDC?
No, it is correct. Mr. Batar said he spoke with him and told him he'd be here.
Thank you, Michelle.
Mhm.
Marianne, I'm not leaving. I just need to step off for a second.
I just saw your message pop in, Miss Bailey. Thank you. I'm still kind of getting my lay of the land on who's who, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries.
I work with Mr. Nunley, so sometimes he and I will be covering for one another, but I've only been on the list for about 2 or 3 weeks, so kind of
Gotcha.
just getting up and rolling. So if I can ever be of any help, please just let me know.
I appreciate it. Thank you. And
Or
same.
Yeah, or if you see me headed the wrong direction. It's usually Zoom stuff. The law is easy. It's the damn computers, right?
Right.
Well, very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Hey, Mr. Dabalski, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. How you doing, Marianne?
I'm good. You're looking pretty slick.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, who's your attorney?
I have to file an appearance. I just got retained on Robert Riley Harrison. And it's just a PCC today. We're probably just going to set it for the exam next week.
Hey, do you need to talk to Miss Bailey, the prosecutor, or?
Nah, I mean, not that I don't want to. I don't want to waste your time. I know she's busy this morning. I'll just, I mean, it's pretty it's pretty simple. We'll just set it for an exam and then we'll go from there.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I'll let Miss Mosesian know, and I'll get you I can get you discovery today. It should be Miss Mosesian next week, though. I'm just standing in for her.
Is that somebody new? I'm sorry, Brent.
Sona Mosesian.
Sona. Okay.
She's our DV prosecutor.
DV unit. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, do you have my email address, or you want me to just put it in the chat real quick?
Why don't you pop it in the chat real quick for me?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. And Marianne, I'll file that appearance. I'll call my secretary, have her file that today.
Okay, that's cool. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Hey, Mr. Bitar, how you doing?
Hey, Marianne, good morning. Good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Do you need to speak with your client?
Sure. Why don't you put me in a breakout room with him?
Okay, hold on one second.
Thank you.
Marianne, I heard the tail end of someone saying that they needed an exam date.
Yep, Mr. Dabalski is here representing Riley Harrison, but Riley Harrison isn't here yet.
Now he is. Good morning, Mr. Riley Harrison.
Good morning.
This is 220400FY, State of Michigan versus Robert Riley Harrison. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, standing in for APA of record, Sona Mosesian. My P number is 84009.
And good morning, Your Honor. Brendan Dabalski appearing on behalf of Robert Riley Harrison. Mr. Harrison is present via Zoom and consents to today's hearing via Zoom. Mr. Harrison, state your name for the record, please, sir, and that you consent to today's hearing via Zoom.
Yes, Robert Riley Harrison.
Today's day and time set for the adjourned PCC in this matter. How are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, at this time, we're going to set this matter for an exam.
Is discovery complete, sir?
Not quite yet, but I know Ms. Bailey's on top of things and I expect to have that, if not today, by tomorrow for sure.
Mary Ann, we'll get an exam date, but I caution you, if you ask for an exam date to be set with discovery is not complete, the day or two before exam, we're not going to adjourn because discovery is not complete. Are we on the same page, sir?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Okay, Mary Ann, that date will be,
July 20th at 2:30.
July 20th at 2:30, Mary Ann?
Yes.
Nothing sooner, huh?
No.
All right. Works
July
for me.
30th at 2:30 PM back here live in courtroom number 1. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Your Honor, I
No,
just
Your Honor.
want to clarify one thing. July 20th, Wednesday, July 20th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I thought you said the 30th. I'm sorry. I was gonna say that's a Saturday. It's impossible. All right, Judge.
Anything
You have-
else, Ms. Bailey?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Dabowski?
No, Your Honor. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you, you too. Mr. Riley Harris, you may log off, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Bowditch.
Good morning, Your Honor.
How are you, sir?
I'm fine, ma'am. How are you?
I'm super, thank you. Will we be ready on Mr. Matthews when he comes out, Mr. Hadley?
We will, Your Honor. I was a little bit confused. I apologize on who the prosecuting attorney was on this one. Is this a state case?
It's a
Looking
state
here.
case. Ms. Bailey is the only prosecutor here this morning.
Oh, I guess I could have looked up and seen that. Miss Bailey, do you have 1 second? Can I meet with you in your breakout room?
Yeah.
Judge, we have Sarah Hart here this morning. She's a PCC for 9 a.m. We, assigned counsel never sent us an attorney, so we need one of the NDS attorneys, whoever's house counsel, to fill in for her.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Mr. Holmes, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm all right.
I'm going to ask you to mute yourself until your case is called or Mr. Bitar needs to speak to you, okay?
Yes,
That was
ma'am.
my case, Your Honor. I apologize.
Good morning.
I just have to confirm his info real quick.
You just had to confirm what, ma'am?
We have to confirm all their address and everything before.
Yes, ma'am.
Of the Duras case.
This is 22N221815 SM, State of Michigan versus Nicholas Matthews. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Nicholas Matthews. I apologize. My P number is 80080. Mr. Matthews waives his physical presence in the courtroom today and is prepared to proceed via Zoom, and we will waive the formal reading of the arraignment.
Mr. Matthews, state your name for the record, please, sir.
I am Nicholas Wayne Matthews.
Thank you. Mr. Hadley, for purposes of arraignment, you waive the formal reading.
That is correct, Your Honor.
And how else are we proceeding, sir?
We're going to enter a plea of not guilty this time and just like to set it out for a pretrial.
There is no bond recommendation in the file. The court will set bond at 5,000 personal. Your pretrial date will be
June 22nd at 9 o'clock with Judge Oakley.
June 22nd at 9 a.m. in courtroom number 2. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, nothing else on behalf of the people.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor. Thank you for the court's time.
Thank you. Mr. Matthews, June 22nd with Judge Oakley, 9 a.m. Have a good day, sir.
All right, thank you, you too.
Good morning, Attorney Nelson.
Morning, Your Honor.
I believe they were looking for someone to speak to Ms. Hart. Good morning, Mr. McCarron.
Good morning, Your Honor.
I
Judge, do you want me to put Miss Nelson in with Miss Hart?
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Batar, are you ready with Mr. Bigham?
Good morning, Judge. Mr. Bigham is here for a final pretrial. I think we're waiting to see if the complainant appears. Ms. Bailey, do you have any information on that? And Mary Ann, Mr. Bigham is in that breakout room. I don't think he knows how to get out. He's on a laptop in the courthouse.
Okay, I forcing him out.
Hello.
What's ready, Mary Ann or Michelle?
Judge, I don't think anything is right. I'm sorry.
Well, I see Mr. Word and Mr. Amadeo.
We're ready, Your Honor, on Mr. Word.
This is 210560FY, State of Michigan versus Word. May I have your appearances, please?
How's it going today, Your Honor?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. William Amadeo, P76194 on behalf of Mr. Word. We're both present via Zoom. We have a right to be present in person. Armante, please announce yourself so Your Honor knows you're present.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Today is the day and time set for the adjourned PCC in this matter. How are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, at this point, the Washtenaw trial has been adjourned again because an officer was not ready. I was trying to do the Washtenaw case before our case. I would ask for another adjournment based upon that, but if the people or yourself object, we can run the prelim. I would like to try to address Washtenaw as it's a more pivotal case based on the charges, and then we do our court. So I would ask for an adjournment if that's acceptable. If not, I'll ask for a live prelim. So I'll defer to yourself and the people on that.
Your Honor, I have no objection and will abide by whatever the court wishes to do.
Mr. Amadeo, any idea on Washtenaw? How far should we adjourn this PCC?
I have what's supposed to be a final pretrial on June 15th. I would ask for 30 days so I can speak more intelligently to the prosecutor in your court if that's acceptable.
That date will be?
July 6th at 9 o'clock with Judge Green.
July 6th at 9 a.m. in number 3 with Judge Green.
For a PCC.
Anything else on behalf? I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, just confirming that it's for a PCC.
It is for a PCC, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anything else for the people?
No.
Anything else, Mr. Amadeo?
No, nice seeing you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Word, good luck to you, sir. Have a good day.
You too, Your Honor.
Duzin, were you ready with Miss Hart?
Your Honor, I'm not duty counsel today, but I was able to speak with Ms. Hart. I think she's here for an arraignment on the warrant, and I'm happy to stand in on that for her today. She's going to need to be appointed a counsel.
Sarah Hart?
Sarah Hart, yes.
It's set for PCC today.
Okay.
Her counsel is Miss Kirkland,
Miss who?
Kashava Kirkland.
Okay. Oh, well, I will message her.
Thank you so much.
Miss Bailey, Miss Hamilton wants to go into a breakout room with you. If the judge is okay with that.
That's fine. Mr. McCarron, I show you here for next week.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
I show you here next week on the 15th.
They brought me here today for I believe an adjournment for a probable cause conference. With my new attorney, I believe his name is Mr. Meehanan?
Minna.
So I'll see you next week, Your Honor?
You will see me next week. I'll be sitting in for Judge Oakley on the 15th. Yes, sir.
Is that before a probable cause conference?
Yes, sir.
Due to Mr. Mehani didn't have full discovery.
It was, we said the 8th when you were last here, but there was a conflict. It was reset to the 15th.
Oh, I am unaware about any court dates.
I know
He came to see me last night.
The new notice was supposed to be sent out. So when I saw you come on, I know that means the notice had not reached you. But I'll see you next week at 8:30, sir.
All right, that'll be a Zoom?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a good day, Mr. McCarron.
You too. God bless.
Thank you.
Ms. Kirkland's zooming in now, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
But I'm ready on Lardon and Grover. Grover.
Lardon. Is that what you said, Lardin, Lardin?
Yes.
This is 220343FY, State of Michigan versus Christian Lardin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn
Appearances,
Bailey on
please.
behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sophia Nelson, Neighborhood Defender Services on behalf of Mr. Lardin, P77960. Your Honor, I've sent a gun board letter on Mr. Lardin's behalf. I have yet to hear back, but we would like to set this for exam and we have received full discovery.
So for just a single CCW count, the gun board is not reviewing anything, which is why you haven't heard back.
Is there an offer?
While she's looking, Mr. Lardin, please state your name for the record.
Christian Lardin.
Thank you.
Ms. Bailey, these were legally purchased guns and Mr. Lardin has no criminal history. He served his country and was honorably discharged from the military and was gainfully employed.
Yeah, they're not registered, and without any proof of purchase, I can't offer any reductions at this point.
I sent the proof of purchase to the gun board. I'm happy to send you what I sent the gun board.
Yes, if I can receive that, I do believe if you want to still set it for exam, any offer that I make will still be good at the exam date.
Okay, I will send you an email. Yes, I would like to set it for exam.
Okay.
The live exam date will be
August 24th at 11:30.
August 24th, 2022 at 11:30 a.m. That's with me here in courtroom number 1.
August 24th, 11:30 a.m. Okay.
Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Attorney Nelson?
I just want to, Mr. Lardin, did you hear that and understand that that'll be an in-person court date?
I heard that.
Okay, all right. And you can give me a call this afternoon. All right,
All right.
Boss.
Thank you. Mr. Batar, are we ready with Mr. Bigham?
I'm ready if the court is ready.
This is 200455 SM, State of Michigan versus Jerry Bigham. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. Daniel Bater on behalf of Mr. Bigham, P62191. Mr. Bigham is present on Zoom. Mr. Bigham, can you state your name for the judge, please?
Jerry Bigham.
Thank you.
Thank you. Today's the day's time set for the adjourned final pretrial in this matter. There's a notation from Judge Green that the complainant is to appear as the complainant appeared, Ms. Bailey, that being Deanna Jordan.
I have not seen her. Give me one moment. I do not see her in the Zoom meeting room, Your Honor.
The case was scheduled at 9 o'clock. It's now 9:18 by the court's clock. Mr. Batar.
Your Honor, the complainants failed to appear. We're ready to proceed. We're moving to dismiss.
I just asked that it be without prejudice, Your Honor.
Defense motion to dismiss without prejudice is granted. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No.
Anything else, Mr. Batar?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Bigham, that concludes your hearing this morning, sir.
Okay.
Have a good day and good luck to you.
Thank you. You have a great day too. Thanks, Mr. Batar.
Take care, Mr. Bigham.
You too.
Attorney Nelson, I didn't catch the name of your other client.
Charles Grover, Your Honor. He's currently in federal custody, but at the Ingham or Livingston County Jail, when they apparently refused to Zoom him in because he's not their prisoner. I would waive.
Hold on one second. 220363 FY, State of Michigan versus Charles Lee Grover.
Morning, Your Honor. Bryn
Your
Bailey on
appearance is
behalf
that of Ms. Bailey.
Yes, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Sophia Nelson of Neighborhood Defender Services, P77960 on behalf of Mr. Grover. I have been in communication with my client. He is currently in custody at the Livingston County Jail awaiting transfer to the Federal Bureau of Prisons. For whatever reason, the Livingston County Jail is unwilling to Zoom him into court, and I've spoken to him about this, and I waive his presence for the purposes of the probable cause conference.
Any objection, Ms. Bailey?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. And
I have sent communication to, I believe, the docket attorney handling this case about seeking a resolution. I don't think we need to set this for an exam, but we are looking to resolve this case as quickly as possible. I don't know if Ms. Bailey has an offer she's able to extend.
I don't have one listed on the file, but who did you speak with? I will reach out to them and attempt to get an answer.
I sent an email to, one second. He's willing to plead as charged. It's we're looking for less than 8 months jail. My defender data is running incredibly slowly, and I apologize. Something is wrong.
That's okay.
Not really working at all. Let me try to do it on my phone. Okay. Liz?
Van Mark?
I believe so.
Okay. I will reach out to her. She is my direct supervisor and see what answer I can get.
Right. Thank you. Can we set it for another PCC?
how far out?
As soon as possible. Basically, the situation is Mr. Grover's been sentenced to a year, basically for this as a violation of supervised release in the federal system. So we're looking to run whatever sentence he faces for this concurrent with the federal case. So
1 week, 2 weeks?
1.
Marianne, is there space on the June 15th date?
Give me 1 second, please.
Yes, ma'am.
If you set it at 8:30, yes.
June 15th at 8:30 in courtroom number 2.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Bailey?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Grover?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you much. I will see you next week on this matter. Mr. Bowdish, do you have a specific case that you're waiting for?
Keon Holmes, Your Honor.
I saw Holmes.
It was,
You need to
he is
speak to the
present. It was
prosecutor.
Mr. Bitar's case. Now it's mine.
Did you need to speak to Mr. Holmes?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Are the parties ready on Julian Lee?
I hate court.
Yes.
Good morning, Your Honor. Yes, if I could speak to the prosecutor. If not, we'd like to do the arraignment.
Ms. Bailey is here. You want to speak to her before the arraignment, sir?
If possible, Your Honor, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Lee, take whatever that is off of your head, please, sir.
What's there, Your Honor?
No worries. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Drake,
Yes,
there's an invitation for you to join a breakout room. Can you please hit that?
I'm just at court to, because my son is going to court today. And I don't know which one. This is the link that he sent me, so.
Oh, what's your son's name?
I might say word.
We've already done that case, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
He's due back in court on July 6th.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Good morning, Ms. Kirkland. Good morning, Mr. Brooks.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good to see you again, sir.
You too.
Mr. Hadley, do you have anything ready?
I just need to speak with Ms. Bailey very quickly, then we'll be ready to go. I assume it's the same situation as the last case I had where there's no file on this one yet, but I just need to confirm that with her real quickly.
This is 22L552680 A and B. These are Wayne County Sheriffs versus Julian Lee. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lawrence LSL 71355 with and on behalf of Mr. Julian Lee.
Mr. Lee, state your name for the record, please, sir.
Julian Lee.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in these matters. Mr. Ellisell, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, my client would stand mute and waive any formal reading with regard to the arraignment.
Thank you, sir. There is no bond recommendation in the file. Mr. El-Assad, any comment as to bond in this matter?
Your Honor, Mr. Lee has appeared. He's got retained counsel. We're trying to clear up his record, so I would request a personal bond, please, Your Honor.
Bond in this matter is set at 5,000 personal. As for the pretrial,
Your Honor, we do have a possible resolution. I'm requesting a adjourn date or a return date so he can clear up some tickets, and then we can enter into a plea that we have on the table.
how long of an adjournment are you looking for, sir?
I would say 30 days, just because some of these tickets are Detroit, and I know it takes a while to get those cleared up.
That adjourned pretrial date will be
July 6th at 9 o'clock with Judge Green.
July 6th at 9 a.m. in number 3 with Judge Green.
Okay,
And
thank you.
Wait, and there's a civil infraction. The speeding ticket will travel with it. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Your Honor, I would like to put the offer on the record. I've also filled out an agreement form to give to Your Honor to put into the file, just in case I'm not the next prosecutor on the case. The agreement is that if the defendant clears up all of his tickets in the other jurisdictions within the 30 days, and when we come back, then the people will move to dismiss the count A, Your Honor, and will reduce count B to limited access 1 to 5 fines and costs as the court assesses them. That is the plea offer. Again, I've written up a stipulation that I will send to Mr. El-Assad for review. And as long as that is all set by our next date, that offer will still be good for him.
I made that notation in the file. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Lee?
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Madam Prosecutor.
Thank you, sir. Have a
Okay.
good day.
You too.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Kirkland, were we ready on Ms. Hart?
Miss Hamilton is ready, Judge.
Ms. Hamilton is with,
Jeff Hoffman, Your Honor.
Your
Jeffrey
client
Hoffman, I'm the defense attorney for Jeffrey Hoffman. It's a 9:45.
I don't see Mr. Hoffman here.
If the prosecutor is willing to waive his appearance, so he won't be in the same room.
sit tight.
That
for
is
one
correct.
moment. Mr. Bowditch, were you ready with Mr. Holmes?
Ready, Your Honor.
That's an earlier scheduled case. That's 194022 SD, State of Michigan versus Keon Holmes. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, for the record. My apologies, Ms. Bailey.
No worries. Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
For the defendant, Your Honor, Jeffrey Bowditch, 45367, appearing on behalf of with Mr. Holmes by Zoom. Your Honor, we wish to set this for a final pretrial with the officer to be present.
Mr. Holmes, state your name for the record, please, sir.
Keon Holmes.
Final pretrial date will be
June 22nd at 9:45 with Judge Oakley.
The final pretrial date will be June 22nd, 2022, 9:45 a.m. in number 2 with Judge Oakley. Anything else on behalf of the people?
I did hear a request that my officers appear. Is that correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Anything else, Ms. Bailey?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Holmes, you're all set, sir. Have a good day. We'll see you back here on June 22nd.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, I
This is
believe that,
22
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I believe that completes my responsibilities,
Thank you, Mr. Bowditch. Have a good day.
but I am in the building if anybody needs me.
Yes, sir. This is 220373 FT, State of Michigan versus Fred Thomas Hoffman II. Appearances.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Morning, Your Honor. Vanessa Hamilton on behalf of Mr. Hoffman, P82107.
And there was
Your
a
Honor,
request for the defendant's presence to be waived.
yes.
Today's day and time set for the adjourned PCC in this matter. How are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, I was able to speak with Miss Bailey. We're going to be setting for an exam date.
Is discovery now complete?
Yes.
That live exam date will be
August 24th at 12 o'clock.
All right, thank you.
August 24th at 12 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, nothing else on behalf of the people.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Hoffman?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
August 24th. Mary Ann, that can't be right.
I know. Miss Hamilton, are you still there?
Yeah, I was just responding. I'm not in-house counsel, but I'm happy to stand in if needed.
Yep. Judge, Miss Hart's been here since 9 and she needs to speak to NDS.
I thought Ms. Kirkland was on that case.
Oh, okay. My apologies.
No. I'm saying that's what I thought.
Okay.
Was said. Ms. Kirkland was here for the arraignment originally, and I thought that that's what Ms. Nelson said, that it was Ms. Kirkland's case.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Thank you, Miss Hamilton.
No, no. I'm
not going anywhere one way or another, Your Honor. I can double check, but it
Oh,
might be
thank
Miss
you.
Kirkland.
Oh, there's somebody in the MIDC waiting room. And in your meeting room, Mr. Hadley.
Your Honor, I've met with both Mr. Rodriguez, who's in my waiting room, and Miss Ellison, who is in my meeting room. I just need to speak with Miss Bailey, and I think we'll be prepared to proceed on both of those. I know that, there we go. Let me hop in there with her.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge Martin, did we figure out who the in-house is for NDS for Ms. Hart? Oh, we do. We have Kirkland listed. Okay.
Are we just waiting for Ms. Ellison to come out? Oh, we lost Mr. Hadley. Good morning, Mr. Jarbo.
Good morning.
How are you, sir?
Good. How about you?
I'm wonderful, thank you.
Good.
The case is scheduled at 9:45.
Yes.
They might move you into a waiting room. Okay. So Mr. Rodriguez is out first.
That is correct, Your Honor. We're set to go on Mr. Rodriguez.
Just waiting for Madam Prosecutor. Mary Ann, Mr. Jarbo is here on 220371 Walton.
You read my mind. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Bailey is in on another case, Mr. Hadley.
No problem. I can jump in and let Miss Ellison know real quick that we're going to be calling her next. It's same situation. I'll be back in 20 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did we know if Ms. Kirkland and Ms. Hart were ready?
I'm ready.
So we have Rodriguez, Ellison, and then Hart. This is 22WM00707SM, State of Michigan versus Jose Rodriguez. May I have your appearance, please?
I'm sorry.
Good morning,
That's
Your
for
Honor.
attorney, sir. It's okay.
Oh, sorry.
Good morning, Your Honor. I was waiting to see if Ms. Byrne was going to lead the way. Attorney Josh Hadley, P number 80080, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Jose Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez, your name, sir.
There we go.
Jose Rodriguez.
Thank you. For purposes of arraignment, Mr. Hadley, what say you?
Your Honor, we waived the formal reading, and in the way of bond, we would request the court issue a PR bond. Mr. Rodriguez has not had any contact with law enforcement in over 5 years. This was a one-off night. Again, he's availed himself of the court today and intends to do so at all future proceedings. Otherwise, we would go ahead and ask this to be set out for a pretrial.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez, your bond will be set at 5,000 personal. I hope that Mr. Hadley is correct that this is a one-off and that you will not appear in this court again on a similar type of case. You don't need to post any money, but what you must do is appear at all future court dates and participate in these proceedings. That adjourned pretrial date will be
June 22nd at 9 o'clock from Judge Oakley.
June 22nd, 2022 at 9 a.m. in courtroom number 2 with Chief Judge Brian Oakley. Anything else on behalf of Mr. Rodriguez?
No, not at this time, Your Honor. Thank you for the court's time.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez, you may log off. You're back on June 22nd, sir. Have a good day.
All right, you too. Thank you.
Thank you. This is 2S 4046611B, State of Michigan versus Dominique Ellison. May I have your appearance, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, P number 80080, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Ms. Dominique Ellison. She waives her right to be present in the courtroom today. We will waive the formal reading of the pretrial, and we are prepared to, of the arraignment, and we're prepared to set this matter out 2 weeks for a pretrial.
Thank you. Ms. Ellison, turn on your video. State your name for the record, please.
Okay. Oh, hold on. Dominique Ellison.
Bond is set at 5,000 personal on this case. The adjourned pretrial date will be
June 22nd at 9:45.
9:45.
Yes.
9:45.
June 22nd, 2022 at 9:45 a.m. That will be in courtroom number 2 with Chief Judge Brian Oakley. Ms. Ellison, you have some other matters with this court. There is a warrant outstanding for you in 21 RP 01918A. This is City of Romulus versus Dominique Ellison. Ma'am, this is another driving while license suspended, revoked, or denied from June 11th, 2021.
Yes, I was on a payment plan and then I lost my job. So I had the warrant off, but because I couldn't make the payment.
No, ma'am.
Oh.
You weren't on a payment plan because you're never arraigned in this case.
Well, you know what? I may got it mixed up. Sorry about that.
That's okay. The court is recalling the bond and the warrant in this matter.
Okay, thank you.
We'll have you stand mute to the charges, and the Romulus date will be
Oh, give me 1 second. I need to look that up.
yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, for my records, just to be clear, that's the warrant you just recalled in the second case, that was a DWLS, was that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Ellison,
Yes.
this case that had a warrant on it is a different case. It's going to be set on the date with the Romulus prosecutor. It's a city case.
Okay. Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the courtroom that we're in now, what county is this? Is this Romulus 2 or?
It is technically a state case
Okay.
because
And-
the driving while license suspended from May 11th of this year. You received a ticket from Michigan State Police. The
Okay.
ticket from June 11th of 2021 was issued by a city of Romulus officer. So today is the Wayne County prosecutor. The Romulus case will be, I believe, on a Thursday.
Okay.
I just want you to be mindful because you'll have two different dates, but you'll need to appear on both cases
Okay.
so that the matters can be resolved.
July 7th at 8:50 with Judge Oakley.
July 7th at 8:50. And
Correct.
number 2 with Judge Oakley. You'll get notices about both of these, Ms. Ellison. You have a payment plan on another matter where you owe the court $291, and that is you are behind on that. So
Yes.
you need to get to the court to either reset it, go online and make a payment, or mail a payment in, okay?
Could you tell me what court that is? I'm sorry. With the payment plan?
34th District, ma'am.
Okay, 34th District.
Yes, ma'am. Located in the city of Romulus.
Okay.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor. Miss Ellison, I'll contact you after this to answer any questions that you still have. We're all set at this time, Your Honor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Ellison, you may
Okay.
log off. Have a good day, ma'am. This is 220072 FY, State of Michigan versus Sarah Hart.
Good morning, Your Honor. Brent Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Your Honor, Vanessa Hamilton for NDS. I wanted to inquire into this case, if it's a new case or a 2021 case.
It is
It
a
is
2021 case.
case.
Okay, I do have that Attorney Shava Kirkland was the attorney previously, but I can definitely stand in on this matter. As far as I can tell, it's something that we'll need to set a adjourned PCC date.
Ms. Hart, state your name for the record, please.
Sarah Hart.
Thank you. That adjourned PCC date, how far are you looking out, Attorney Hamilton?
I think 2 weeks would be definitely enough time.
June 22nd at 9:45.
June 22nd at 9:45. That'll be in number 2 with Chief Judge Brian Oakley. Anything else, Ms. Bailey?
Nothing from the people.
Anything else, Attorney Hamilton?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hart, back on June 22nd at 9:45 with Judge Oakley, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you. We never saw Ms. Dunn on Egger, correct? Huh. That's peculiar. And then Mr. Daly never reappeared.
That is correct, Your Honor. Although I do believe he did indicate that he had something going on at the Frank Murphy at 9 o'clock.
I don't do these until the end anyway. I know that I saw him. I noted his appearance and then he was gone. And the only thing what was else? What else? 9 o'clock, John Henry, Dominique Ellison is done. I know that Mr. Brooks is here on the Duzin matter.
Yes, I did speak with him, Your Honor.
That case was scheduled at 9:30. I typically only wait 15 minutes, especially now that there are no other cases pending. I don't know how long you want to hold Mr. Brooks here.
I did inform him that if he wished to sign off, he could, or if he wanted to hold on and to hear what happens with the case, that was also okay. But I would let him know either way.
This is a case with maybe using the MIDC House Counsel. So we'll hold it unless Mr. Brooks, I've noted his appearance. So unless he needs to leave, I mean, he can, we'll call it here soon so he can get on with his day.
Judge, he's gone. I don't see him anywhere.
He's gone.
Yes.
Thank you. I thought I'd just seen him in the breakouts. This is 220139 SM, State of Michigan versus Jacob Duzin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Ms. Bailey, this case was scheduled at 9:30 a.m. for a pretrial. The complainant was here, Mr. Evan Brooks. He was here yesterday as well. He appeared a day early.
Yes.
The matter was scheduled at 9:30. It's now 9:51 by the court's clock. The court has not seen anyone by the name of Duzin log, and I'm checking the virtual waiting room. There is no one. I'm checking the virtual breakout rooms. There is no one by the name of Duzin. Ma'am, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, I would motion the court to issue a bench warrant. This is the second time in a row that the defendant has failed to appear. I do have a note on my file that he did fail to appear on March 9th, 2022. At this point, Your Honor, I would ask for a very high cash or surety bond with a GPS tether, given that we have the second time of a failure to appear by Mr. Duzin.
What's high to you, ma'am?
50,000?
The original bond request from Sumter Police Department was 5,000, 10%.
Yes, Your Honor, but given the fact that we have a second fail to appear, and the nature of the charges, as well as the age of the complaining witness when the incident occurred, I do believe that a higher bond is necessary. However, if the court
absolutely,
whatever the court
Ms.
deems
Bailey,
appropriate.
Bond 50,000, 10%, GPS tether required to be released. The file will go downstairs for processing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Good morning, sir. It goes to Ms. Bailey, please. Thank you. Good morning, sir. What happened?
Remember Opie? You have Nick on there?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, there he is.
Good morning, Miss Ledger.
Good morning, Your Honor.
What are you here for, ma'am?
So I think my partner's name is on the file, but the last name is Trice Cornelius of my client, and my partner's name is Katrina Ferrugia.
Scheduled at what time?
I
Oh, I
believe
see it.
10.
It's at 10 a.m.
Yes.
Do you need to speak to the prosecutor, ma'am?
I do, Your Honor. Yes, thank you.
They'll get you moved into a breakout room.
Thank you so much.
Is he? You all, I need you to. Mr. Halley, I'm not sure where everyone is this morning. I don't see any.
Sunny day.
What does that mean?
Hey, good day to go sit in the park. I don't know. It's where I got to shut my window. It's where my mind keeps drifting today. Ready for some summer weather. And actually, Your Honors, this docket wise, this looks a little bit lighter than the past couple of weeks that I've seen. Is this a little bit of a shorter normal docket?
It is, and I'm not sure what happened. But the exam docket is pretty heavy this afternoon.
Oof, gotcha. Oh, yeah.
Just a little bit.
I'm gonna step away and use the restroom real quick, if that's okay.
Absolutely. I'll step away as well, drop these files off to Mary Ann.
Judge, now that Michelle is gone, she can only help me for a little bit.
Yes, ma'am.
What, do you want me to pull these people in to, the clerk waiting or meeting room and leave the main, room and go in there and get their information? Or like
If
this
that's what
would-
you're, if you need to go in there to verify their information, that's fine, and I'll just be mindful. of
Okay.
Who else is in the break, who else is in the main session?
Thank you.
Thank you. Are we expecting, oh, your client is here. They've just been taken into the breakout room to verify their information with the clerk, ma'am, so if you sit tight. Miss Bailey, we have 220371 SM, that State of Michigan versus Wesley Walton. The matter was scheduled this morning at 9:45 a.m. for an arraignment pretrial in this misdemeanor matter. The complainant is here and has been here. My policy is 15 minutes after the scheduled start time. There is no one by the name of Walton in the court's virtual breakout rooms or in the court's virtual waiting rooms. How would you like to proceed, ma'am?
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move for a KPS.
Miss Bailey, this is the first failure to appear. The policy
show cause.
is
I do
set for
apologize,
show
Your Honor.
cause. That's okay. The matter will be set for show cause. I've made a notation in the file that the complainant, Mr. Jarbo, did appear timely. Mr. Jarbo, the defendant has failed to appear, sir. We'll set the matter for show cause where he is required to come to the court, explain why he failed to appear as directed. You'll be notified of future court date, okay? Mr. Jarbo, that means you may leave if you'd like. Have a good day, sir. It's only 10 o'clock. Are we ready on Trice Cornelius?
Yes, I believe so, Your Honor.
This is 220398 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Selena Trice Cornelius. May I have your appearances, please?
Morning, Your Honor. Brent Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lisa Ledger appearing on behalf of Selena Trice Cornelius, P80871, and I'm present via Zoom.
Ma'am, please state your name for the record.
Selena
Trice Cornelius.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned PCC in this, the adjourned pretrial in this matter. How are we proceeding?
I thought this was the first pretrial, Your Honor. I might be mistaken, though.
It is the first pretrial.
You are correct, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. But you read our minds. We were actually asking for an adjournment, so we were going on the same line anyway.
That new pretrial date will be
June 22nd at 10 o'clock.
June 22nd, 2022 at 10 a.m. That will
Yes,
be
Your
in
Honor.
courtroom number 2 with Judge Oakley.
And just for the record, Your Honor, I did discuss this with Miss Ledger, but this would be a pretrial where the complaining witness would be required to appear via Zoom.
Complaining witness to appear by Zoom.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Bailey?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Ledger?
No, thank you so much for your time this morning, Your Honor.
You're so very welcome. Have a good day.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. McCarron.
Yeah, if the attorney was involved in emails and with the notice to appear.
It's fine.
But the prosecutors were unavailable.
I know, that's why I said there was a conflict, and I saw him and I didn't want him sitting.
Yeah.
And I know the attorney had come on and thought that it was today as well, so I said, I'll see you next week, because I know that it is in fact next week.
The DSU report, they emailed me at 7:55 this morning, and I'm like, there's no report with this. And he goes, well, I'm just sending you the request. And I'm like, okay, well, I need the report. He goes, you'll have it before 8:30. And I still.
It's fine, so we'll have it for next week.
Yes.
And that's why I said, I told Heather, and I know that we talked about it after last week's docket, so
Yeah, yeah, they said they were gonna get it and it wasn't there.
it's fine. We call that Wednesday. Miss Dunn, I'm surprised at that. I'm surprised by that. That's unusual for her. I know we weren't sure if Mr. Edgar would be out. So,
I think that's correct, Your Honor. I think it is just a 1-week adjournment from last week. Is what I'm showing for as far as dates go, Your Honor. So I don't know if we want to give Ms. Dunn some more time, or if you just want to adjourn it out to next week.
I'll hold it till I get to the end of the docket, which is rapidly approaching. It's just not like her. But we have 22N221799 SM. It's the state of Michigan versus John Joseph Henry V. This matter was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9 o'clock. It is now 10:07 a.m. by the court's clock. The defendant has failed to appear in this matter. This is the first failure to appear. The matter will be set for show cause. This is 2S4046633ST. This is State of Michigan versus Jamila McCalla. Matter was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9:30 a.m. It is now 10:08 a.m. by the court's clock. There's no one in the court's virtual breakout rooms. There's no one in the court's virtual waiting room. Defendant having failed to appear. This being the first failure to appear in this registration case. Now it'll be set for show cause. This is 2S4051622 A and B. These are State of Michigan versus Corey Wade Mitchell Lucas. The matters were scheduled for 9:45 a.m. It's now 10:09 a.m. by the court's clock. There's no unidentified persons in the court's virtual waiting room. There's no one in the court's virtual breakout rooms. Defendant having failed to appear. the civil infraction is defaulted. The misdemeanor file underlying offenses alleged to be no license or multiple licenses. Matter will be set for show cause, first failure to appear in this case. These are cases from the 8 a.m. show cause docket. Mary Ann, I'm not showing that any of these parties ever appeared.
I would agree with that.
This is 2S40153449 ST, State of Michigan versus William Cotterman. This matter was scheduled for show cause at 8 a.m. It's now 10:11 by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear. Bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. This is 22WM00443 ST, State of Michigan versus Anthony Michael Goldring. This matter was set for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It is now 10:11 a.m. by the court's clock. This is the defendant's second failure to appear in this matter. Matter will be set, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. These are 2S3988401 A and B, State of Michigan versus Lavish Towing. Matters were scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It is now 10:12 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for the second time. Bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. This is 22BL00206A ST. This is State of Michigan versus Carmela Patwin. Matter scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 10:13 by the court's clock. This is defendant's second failure to appear in this matter. Bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. This is 22L551915A. Wayne County Sheriff's versus Michael Smith. Today was the day and time set for the show cause arraignment pretrial in this matter at 8 a.m. It's now 10:13 by the court's clock. This being the defendant's second failure to appear. Bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. This is 22BL00051B. SM, State of Michigan versus Kiara Vangorp, VANGORP. This matter is scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 10:14 a.m. by the court's clock. This being the defendant's second failure to appear in this matter. Bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. This is, these are, my apologies, 2S4050839 A and B. These are State of Michigan versus Debrick Crum. These matters were scheduled for arraignment pretrial this morning. I'm sorry, that's correct. Arraignment pretrial this morning at 10 a.m. It's now 10:15 a.m. by the court's clock. There are no persons in the court's virtual breakout rooms. There's no one in the court's virtual waiting room. This is defendant's first failure to appear. Matters will be set for show cause. That is not correct, Mary Ann. Hold on. That is not correct. The file names that should have been read are 2S4050257 A and B. That State of Michigan versus Amir Mays that are scheduled at 10 a.m. It's now 10:17. Defendant has failed to appear. These are this is defendant's first failure to appear in the A file. Matter will be set for show cause. And the B file is a civil infraction, which is now in default. The crew matters are not scheduled until 10:15. I'll make the correct notation in the file. Good morning, Mr. Oh, she's connecting. Good morning, Ms. Jackson.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
I am fine. I'm fine.
Your attorney has not yet checked in. If you would please mute yourself again. When Mr. Hart arrives, we'll get you matched up with him, okay?
Okay, I am Mrs. Jackson, the mom.
The mom, okay. Sit tight, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Shut your.
Mr. Hannah, can you hear me?
Yes, but you're very faint. Let me turn the volume up.
Okay. Did you want to, speak with an in-house attorney, or did you want to proceed on your own?
I guess I'm going to proceed on my own. I don't think I need an attorney. It's only a misdemeanors.
Oh, okay, so you're waiving your right to a in-house attorney?
Yes.
Okay, all right, I'll let the judge know you're ready.
Okay. Is there a way to increase your volume? Because I have it up all the way at my end and I can barely hear you.
I don't. Yeah, the judge will be out in a second. Can you hear me any better?
No, I wish I knew how to put this on speaker, but the phone is smarter than I am.
Yeah, she's on her way out. Hold on one second.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Hannah.
Good morning.
Sir, I know that you were speaking to my secretary, indicated to her that you did not wish to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney, but he's here. There's no one waiting to speak to him. I can call these cases, or you can speak to Mr. Hadley.
Of course, I don't mind.
Okay, Marianne will send you into a breakout room with him, okay? I'm not going far, so when you're ready, I'll be right back out.
Hey, Mary Ann, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, it looks like Miss Bailey, I think she's the only prosecutor we got in the shop right now, right? So, I just need to speak with her real quick on Mr. Hannah's case and we'll be ready to go forward.
Okay, it looks like she's not in her.
Oh, I see her now.
Yeah.
Or don't see her. Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
right. Maybe when
All
she
right.
appears, we'll get her attention.
Yeah, no problem.
And I did get your chat, and yeah, if you want, I can go over them right now.
Sure. What I can tell you from the 8 o'clock, that whole, I'm good on the 8 o'clock. 8:30, I'm good. 8:45, I was not sure what happened with Avery Cooper.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking. You know what? I think the judge might be holding that because the attorney, he's hired an attorney, Brian Daly.
Gotcha. That was that one. Okay, I
Yeah.
heard that.
Yeah.
Jumping down to the 9 o'clock. I have a Sarah Hart. Do you know
Sarah
what?
Hart, yeah, she was.
That's a probable cause, so that
right.
was never mind. I don't need to worry about that. John Henry, I did hear that one, but was not clear. That's where I started losing, I think, a little bit of audio.
Yep, that was a bench warrant.
Okay, bench warrant.
Yeah.
Looks like we're good all the way until I had a 9:30 question about the Jamila McCullough.
That one, I don't know if the judge bench warrant. I think that's where from 9:30 on, I think I was on the phone. And so
Okay.
I didn't hear, so I can find out what happened with that, with the 9:30 on.
Perfect. And then the only other one I had a question on, or only other ones were at the 9:45 docket. It looks like it was that same period of time I was having problem hearing. It was a Lucas Mitchell. There was an A and or I'm sorry, Corey Mitchell Lucas, it looks like.
Right, yeah. That one, yeah, I don't know if she bench warranted that one yet.
Okay. And then the only other one is the one right after that, the Wesley Walton. Same thing, I'm guessing. Okay. I'm just gonna leave question marks by that. But yeah, those are the only ones I was unclear on. So thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
When I say only ones, then read like 8 of them, but
Yeah, right. Good morning, Miss Dunn. How are you?
Oops. Oh, hello?
Hi, I can hear you now. How are you?
Good. Okay. So yeah, I have Mr. Is this Heather?
No, this is Mary Ann.
Oh, hi, Marianne. So
Hi.
I'm here on Sean Edgar.
Yeah, we were wondering, yeah, because it's unusual for you not to be here. It was scheduled at 8:30.
No, I scheduled it at 10:30. I told the judge I had 3 things in Macomb Circuit before I could get here, and we scheduled because of that. So maybe you didn't get the memo. But I said that on the record, I was gracious enough to give me the 10:30 time.
All right, that's cool. Is your defendant, is your client here? Is he with you?
What? No, he, last time I spoke to him, he was still in the Wayne County Jail, but he did have personal bonds. So I don't know if he's in jail or if they finally let him out.
Okay, all right. All right, I'll wait for the judge to come back out.
Okay. Do you guys know whether he's in jail or would you even know that?
Let me see if I can find out.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are we ready with Hadley? Mr. Hadley, are we ready with Mr. Hannah?
I just need 1 second with Miss Bailey. If I think it'll take 20 seconds, 30 seconds, then yeah, we'll be ready on Mr. Hannah.
I just sent her back into her readout.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Miss Dunn, good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Judge.
I know that we had some concerns about Mr. Egger, so I wasn't sure what the status was. So thank you for getting logged on. I'll get you called in just a second.
Yeah, and thank you, Judge. I hope that there was no misunderstanding. We did have it scheduled for 10:30 because I was in circuit court this morning. But apparently they were looking for me at 8. So I just wanted to clarify that you were gracious enough to give me this time slot last time.
We changed the 10:30 back to the 8:30 because we weren't sure if Mr. Egger was still going to be in custody. So all is well.
Boy, it's been, yeah. And I apologize. I didn't realize that.
No, it's fine. I knew you would get here. It was unlike you not to be here. So
Yeah, I try to be kind, but you know how it gets. We're all so busy.
And Marianne, our 11 o'clock case is already here.
Wow.
I know. I went out in the hallway to check where we were. And here comes Officer Brooks. Uh-oh.
10:15. Portia Jackson.
Yes.
Attorney's out here.
Okay.
She.
Ms. Jackson's mother is here. I have not seen Ms. Jackson. Mr. Hannah is in your meeting room. Did you need to go back to him, Mr. Hadley? Oh, maybe not.
You want me to have him come in, the attorney, or no?
He can't, well, ask him where his client is first. The client's mom is on Zoom. The client is not on Zoom. Thank you, sir. Marianne, there were a few of the failure to appears mixed in with your stack, but I have the rest of them from this morning out here.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Mr. Hadley was asking about, did you do the 945s already, like Mitchell and Walton?
I did the 945s.
Okay.
Walton, I did at 10:02 because the complainant was here.
Oh, right.
But I did the 945s. The last thing I did was the 10 o'clock with Mays. I called Chrome prematurely, but I still have it here and I'll call it after I finish with Mr. Hannah and Mr. Egger.
Okay, so Mays
I'll
is,
get the,
you did bench warrant Mays.
Mays was the first failure to appear, so it's set for show cause.
Got it, thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Hadley is in with Mr. Hannah. Miss Bailey and Miss Dunn, are we good to call Egger?
Your Honor, I was wondering if he's incarcerated. That was the only question. He had a bunch of personal bond. I wasn't sure if he got out or if he is still in jail.
We will have, Marianne, if you can check that or have Heather check it for Mr. Sean Kelly Eggert, I'd appreciate it.
It appears that he is still incarcerated. So I was trying to get hold of Heather to find out if the jail knows to bring him in today.
Because she was in jail, but it shows now that she's posted.
Yeah, we got that. The posting is right here.
I think you got a surety bond.
It came, yeah, it came yesterday. Somebody sent it up last night.
Does her mom, he asked me, does her mom know where she's at?
Miss Jackson?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Is LaPortia with you? Or do you know how to get a hold of her?
Yes, she's waiting on her lawyer, she says.
Her attorney is right here in our courthouse. Where is Miss Jackson?
Is he? Okay, hold on let me see.
I saw Mr. Batar, his client, and Miss Bailey is here. Files right here when they're ready. Does he need to talk to Miss Bailey? Okay.
Some problems.
There's never problems. There's just life situations. Oh, I have a note about that. I have a note about that file. Okay.
Okay, just trying to make sure she can get on.
Yep. Miss Bailey, I'm just stepping out in the hallway. I'm not going.
So if I want to move him in myself,
Yep, Yep, you have the power.
I'm just trying to figure out where I wanted, where they would, that moving would happen. So he would be moved to clerk meeting room?
Is that, you want him to, Mr. Hannah, is that who you're talking about?
Yeah.
Do you want me to talk to him or do you want to talk to him?
Oh, we're done talking. I was just gonna move him back in here. I'm not sure he was able to get. Oh, there he is. Perfect. Email him real quick.
Hey, Josh, Wesley Walton was a bench warrant along with Mitchell.
All right.
And then Mays.
Walton, I missed, Walton was a bench warrant, you said?
Yes,
And then Mitchell was as well?
right.
Okay.
And then Mays, the one at 10 o'clock was a show cause.
Okay, I got that one. Do we figure out, what was the other one I had?
Oh, McCullough.
Oh, yeah, McCullough. That was the only
Yeah,
other one.
I forgot to ask the judge. I'll find out.
Yeah, no biggie. Otherwise, I think we're, oh, and then Cooper, Avery Cooper at 8:45. I feel like somebody appeared on that earlier.
Yep, Brian Daly.
Oh, we talked about that earlier. I just didn't make my note. We're good. I'm gonna put a line to this one. We're good. Okay, thank you.
My apologies. Are we ready with Mr. Hannon?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
This is, oh, wait a minute.
Where'd he go?
I thought you said Ms. Jackson's attorney was there.
Oh, I'm here. I'm here.
Give me one moment. Let me finish. This is 22BL00415 A, B, and C. These are State of Michigan versus John Brian Hanna. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant. P number 80080. And
We've lost hold on, Mr. Hannah?
where did he go?
We've lost Mr. Hannah. Let's put this on the side for just one moment. I know that we were looking for Mr. Egger as well. Mr. Hatley, if you'd sit tight.
Yeah, no problem. I actually have his phone number. I'll give him a call real quick.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And then for Portia Jackson, Portia Jackson.
Morning, Your Honor, Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people. Oh,
I'm sorry, this is 220390 SM.
good morning, Your Honor, Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Your Honor, Mark Hart appearing on behalf of Ms. Jackson, who's with me. We're appearing via Zoom, and we have no objection to that.
Miss Jackson, state your name for the record, please, ma'am.
Portia Jackson.
Thank you. Mr. Hart, there's a little bit of confusion. Give me one moment. My court officer advised me that Miss Jackson's attorney is physically here in the building, so I'm not sure. Good morning.
I'm a little confused too.
What are you here for?
Ms. Jackson, but I was contacted at the arraignment, but I told her to give me a call when she got bond. If she has any other counsel, that's fine.
Mark Hart is here.
Okay.
The court
Mark's
has an
here.
appearance from him. I want to make sure that there is,
No problem.
okay,
Yeah.
we're good?
Yeah. we're
Thank
good.
you.
All right.
Mr. Hart, my apologies for that. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. How are we proceeding this morning?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I couldn't hear what you said.
I said today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. How are we proceeding this morning?
Judge, I've yet to receive all of the discovery in the case, so I'm just going to ask for a second pretrial in the case. And once I've had a chance to look at everything, we'll be in a better position to move forward.
Absolutely, sir. We'll adjourn the pretrial to
June 22nd at 10 o'clock with Judge Oakley.
June 22nd at 10 a.m. That will be in courtroom number 2 with Chief Judge Brian Oakley. And Ms. Bailey, you have Mr. Hart's email to send discovery.
If it's on the bar website, I can find it.
Anything else in this matter, Ms. Bailey?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if
Anything else, Mr. Hart?
Yeah, if I might, Judge. For reasons I'm not real clear on, my client is on an alcohol tether now as part of her bond. Drugs and alcohol had absolutely nothing to do with this, so I'm not sure why she's on a tether. And beyond that, I'm requesting that the tether be removed.
Mr. Hart, I see that that was a condition of her bond set by Magistrate Al Hinman. I am not sure why Ms. Bailey is going to read a report and advise the court of her position regarding your request to remove the alcohol tether.
Yeah, I don't think she's going to see anything in the reports that talk about drugs or alcohol.
It's on the bond recommendation
Yeah,
on May 24th.
yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that somebody recommended it and somebody ordered it. The question is why on both counts?
Your Honor, may I say something?
Ms. Jackson, if it's about the case, I would suggest that you did not without consulting with Mr. Hart.
It is
Mr. Hart,
Miss Chandra Jackson, I believe, is in custody of the minor complainant.
yes, yes. And if it's okay, Mr. Hurt, I just wanted to say my daughter is not an alcoholic, so I don't know why she has a tether. Also, I wanted to ask Your Honor if the restriction can be lifted where she could see her daughter.
And Judge, quite frankly, I would ask for a bond modification with regard to my client's contact with her daughter. Despite the horrific sound of the charge, this is actually, I don't mean to diminish it by saying just a parental discipline issue, but that's what it was. It was a parental discipline issue. There were no serious injuries involved in this. My client has no prior record of any sort. I don't even know that the complainant herself would have any objection to having further contact with her mom. She's obviously not a danger to anybody else because CPS came out and they left the other daughter that lives in the house in the home with my client. So I don't see her as any kind of a great risk to anybody. So with regard to that, I would ask for a bond modification allowing her, at the very minimum, supervised visitation with her daughter.
Your Honor, I would object. I don't, in my reading of this, see parental discipline at all. I don't see that the child is alleged to have done anything that would warrant the need for discipline.
Well, the reports reflect that there was an issue
Wait,
with
Mr.
regard
Hart,
to the victim
Mr. Hart,
stealing.
no, hold on for 1 second, Mr. Hart.
Okay.
Ms. Bailey?
So, Your Honor, I don't see any reason for an alcohol tether. I can't justify why that would have been recommended by anybody. However, I would object to the relief of the no contact order.
The police reports themselves talk about what precipitated this was an accusation by my client against her daughter, that her daughter had stolen her phone and kept it from her for an entire weekend. And that's what led to the discipline that led to the charges. So it's not like she just, for no reason at all, disciplined her child. And I'm not even sure, I think if you were to talk to the child, she would probably tell you the same thing. So I'm not asking for the child to be returned to the home at this juncture. What I'm asking for is to allow my client supervised visitation with her own daughter.
And Your Honor, if CPS isn't recommending that, or whatever is going on with the family courts isn't recommending that, I don't think that Your Honor should change that.
CPS isn't ordering it one way or another. What's keeping my client from her daughter, from contact with her daughter, is the bond in this case.
And I think it's an appropriate condition.
Mr. Hart, respectfully, the court will grant your request to remove the alcohol tether, will update the bond information on that. But as for the no contact with the victim in this case, the court will leave that order in place. If you want to renew your request on June the 22nd with Judge Oakley, please feel free to do so. But at this time, the court will leave that condition of bond in place. Anything else, Ms. Bailey?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Hart?
Nothing, Judge. Will the court, I'm sorry, if I might, will the court be forwarding the bond, the amendment of the bond to the tether unit so she can go in and get that taken off?
I'm not sure how the clerks do what they do to get that modification out to the right people, but my secretary is on. She'll take care of getting the information wherever it needs to be.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your
You're welcome,
Honor.
sir.
Take
Have
care.
a good day. Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Mr. Hannah.
Yes.
Thought we lost you there, sir. We're recalling cases that end in 415 A, B, and C. Mr. Hatley and Miss Bailey had just given their appearances. State your name for the record, please, sir.
John Hanna.
Today is the day and time set for your arraignment pretrial on these matters. For purposes of arraignment, Mr. Hatley.
Your Honor, we would like to waive the formal reading of the arraignment. As to bond, we would request a PR bond based both on Mr. Hanna's background and the nature of the offenses. I did have an opportunity to speak with Miss Bailey and with Mr. Hanna. Good news to report is that the underlying issues that led to these citations have been remedied and cured. We would ask for a brief adjournment to allow Mr. Hanna to supply the evidence of such, and then we would hope that we can move forward at the next hearing. Or, I'm sorry, basically move forward the case without needing to set it for a hearing. Get it dismissed.
That is, am I muted? Oh, no, I'm not muted. That is correct, Your Honor. I did discuss that with Mr. Hadley, that as once I can see the proper paperwork, I would be inclined to dismiss all charges. I just need to see proof of the paperwork.
And Your Honor,
We'll
Mr.
set
Hanna.
these matters at 5,000 personal. Mr. Hanna, you don't need to post any money, but what you must do is participate in the proceedings and appear at the next date. We'll adjourn the case over to
June 22nd at 10:30.
June 22nd at 10:30 a.m. That will be in number 2 with Judge Oakley. The prosecutor has made the representation on the record that should you present the paperwork to show that you've resolved this plate issue and this insurance issue, that the matter will be considered for dismissal. So we'll see what happens on the 22nd. There was also a civil infraction registration or plate violation that's traveling along with it. All 3 of these cases will be put over to that June 22nd date at 10:30 a.m. Anything else in this matter, Ms. Bailey?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, we just thank the prosecution for their open-mindedness and this court for their time. Mr. Hanna, please contact me with the information and we'll go from there.
Okay,
We'll see you on the
I'll have it to you
22nd,
within a
sir.
half an hour.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. There's someone on the phone whose phone number ends in 5948.
Yep,
Your name?
person's name.
I'm
So
sorry?
He says, my name is Curtis. This is Curtis Davis calling you through a sign language interpreter.
Sign language interpreter.
Yes, ma'am.
For which case? Mary Ann, would you take them into a room, please, and figure out what
Hold
they're
on,
here
ma'am.
for?
Ma'am, case is 22-2450 LP.
LT, you're in the wrong courtroom.
LT, yes, it says.
Okay, this is a criminal courtroom today. That's your LT is a landlord tenant case. My secretary is going to get you moved to get you the correct logon information for where you should be for that landlord tenant case, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Dunn, this is, the court's received information that Mr. Egger is not in custody. He's out on tether. These are 220327 FY and 220344 FY. These are State of Michigan versus Sean Egger.
Good morning, morning, Your Honor. Bryn
Your
Bailey
Honor.
on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Susan Dunn, P58696, on behalf of Mr. Edgar.
Ms. Dunn, what I was indicating was that go ahead, ma'am. I'm sorry.
It's my understanding, Judge, that he did get out of the jail on tether. He has not contacted me yet. I do have a contact number for his girlfriend, but I didn't know that he got out. Your Honor, I was going to set an exam date for this case anyway. Would Your Honor consider waiving his presence and letting me set an exam date during this PCC?
Any objection, Ms. Bailey?
No, Your Honor.
That exam date will be We're out August sometime, I believe.
Okay,
I'm just waiting for Mary Ann to give that date.
all right.
Oh, she's in the breakout room.
With the interpreter.
You see how quickly I forgot. It's like, where is she? I'm so used to just. Mary Ann, I need an exam date for Mr. Eggers, 2 files, please.
August 24th at 12:30.
That's a good date, Judge.
August 24th at 12:30 here in courtroom number 1. Anything else, Miss Bailey?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Miss Dunn?
No, thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate the court's
I'll see you in
consideration.
August, ma'am.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. We are back at 22S4050839 A and B. These are State of Michigan versus Chrome. The court called these matters prematurely at 10 o'clock. They were scheduled at 10:15. It is now 11:04 by the court's clock. The defendant has failed to appear. These are the first failures to appear in this matter. There are no unidentified persons in the court's virtual waiting room. There are no persons in the court's virtual breakout rooms. Matters will be set for show cause. The last case and the concerning case for me, Ms. Bailey, is 22WM00692SM. This is State of Michigan versus Avery Cooper. Mr. Daly appeared this morning, having been retained yesterday. I understand that he was in another court and I expected him to rejoin us, but I haven't seen him pop back on. We don't have him in any of our breakouts. There's no one holding in our virtual waiting room. I'm not sure how you wish to proceed, ma'am.
We were going to just be asking for a new pretrial date to allow me to be able to review any police reports and files as well as get them to him.
We'll
So
give
that was
you a
what
new
we were-
date, but Mr. Cooper has not been arraigned as of yet, so the new date will appear as an arraignment pretrial. And hopefully Mr. Daly's schedule does not prevent him from participating at that adjourned date, which will be
June 22nd at 10:30.
at 10:30 a.m. for arraignment pretrial in courtroom number 2 with Judge Oakley. And the last case is 10:30. These are 22BL00414 A and B. These are State of Michigan versus Carey. Oh, Mr. Bailey's back. Hold on one sec. It's Mr. Daly is back. Give me 1 second. Or someone from his firm is. But these are State of Michigan versus Carey Nielsen. These matters were scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 10:30 a.m. It is now 11:06 a.m. by the court's clock. The defendant has failed to appear. The B file, which is a civil infraction, will be in default. The A file, this is the first failure to appear. The underlying case is an assurance issue. Matter will be set for show cause. Mr. Haley, I believe that concludes the docket that you have with this courtroom this morning.
Your Honor, I believe it does, and thank you for excusing me. Ms. Bailey, it was a pleasure to meet you, and until next time, Judge, have a great day.
Pleasure meeting you too, Mr.
Thank
Hadley.
you. Recalling 22WM00692. This is State of Michigan versus Avery Cooper. May I have your appearance, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Luke Geringer appearing on behalf of defendant Avery Cooper.
Mr. Cooper, state your name for me, please.
Avery Cooper.
Mr. Geringer, I just called this case. Mr. Daly, it popped on earlier. He had somewhere else to be. we were going to adjourn the arraignment pretrial to a future date. Are you ready to proceed with the arraignment at least this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
For purposes of arraignment, sir, what say you?
My client would enter a plea of not guilty, and I would request the reading of the complaint just because I haven't been made aware of the charges against my client.
What this court has is a citation issued against your client on May 13, 2022. McNamara Terminal at or near A25. This is at Metro Airport located City of Romulus, County of Wayne, State of Michigan. Misdemeanor drug crime, possession of marijuana. PAC code is 333.74032D. That is the entirety of this court's file, just a copy of the citation, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
As for bond in this matter,
Your Honor, we would request a PR bond. This was a non-violent drug offense. My client has no significant prior criminal history. He indicated to me that he had a operating while impaired from 2016. That was, over 6 years ago. That being said, no other prior criminal history. He's not a danger to the public. He is not a flight risk, and for those reasons, he is fully employed at this time as an insurance agent, and for those reasons, we would request a PR bond.
any comment, Ms. Bailey?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. I know you have other things. I was asking Mr. Geringer has asked for a personal bond for Mr. Cooper. Do you have any comment as to bond in this matter?
No, Your Honor, I leave it in the discretion of the court.
Bond in this matter will be set at 5,000 personal. The adjourned pretrial date of June 22nd at 10:30 a.m. in courtroom number 2 with Judge Oakley.
That will be via
Anything
Zoom.
else? I'm sorry?
Will that be via Zoom, Your Honor?
It will be, sir.
Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Cooper?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a good day. Good luck to you, Mr. Cooper. We'll see you back here on June the 22nd, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. They're ready or ready shortly. Thank you. Mary Ann, the 11 o'clock is ready.
Okay, I'll be right out.
Thank you. Are they actually, do you know what the status is? Yeah. Then just give me 1 second. I've gotten up.
That's right. Yeah, I finally get to see you.
Oh my gosh, it's been so long.
How you been?
It's so
It's good to see you. I say how you been even though I talked to you earlier today because I'm seeing you in person.
I know, it's good to see you.
Good to see you. Yeah, I still think you guys need cameras so we can see you.
No,
I know you
with
don't.
that.
I know you don't.
Hi, how are you?
I'm here on Mr. Muhammad. Do you know if Bryn Bailey or who's handling, which prosecutor's handling
It's Bryn, she's the only one here.
that? And she's not here yet.
Yep, she's here, she's in the
She's
building.
here. She will just be coming in because we have a trial that's scheduled that's not going. She's in that first group across the hall, but she'll be right in.
Hey, so,
There's no bill, they're not ready to proceed. They're missing their forensic. That's the one we first. The OIC, that's, or the arresting officer.
Yeah. He said throw it out. I don't think.
Prosecutor paid. But then I asked the officer.
I've told them all. And my son paid attention.
the golden child over there.
First of all,
Which one is that?
Are you behind the judge, the Great Lakes Initiative?
Newer, it's been up maybe 2 months.
Oh, yeah, that's.
You just can't see it from my usual vantage point.
Yeah, you're at an angle.
Yeah. Local person made that.
Hello?
He's right in Livonia.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, found him by mistake. That wall was just, it looked so bare. I had to just,
No, that looks
did
good.
you talk to the interpreter?
Yes,
They're
this
back.
is interpreter. I'm back. The phone
Yes.
number you gave us didn't work.
The phone number does not work?
Yeah, you gave us 933-057-8570. It didn't work.
That is what it should be. I'm looking at it 933-057-8570 as the log on for Judge Green. Is that where it's supposed to be?
Didn't work.
Um,
So that number is not.
I'm sorry?
We're saying 9, the number 9, not 5, right? Number 9. The number
933
before 10.
057-8570.
Yep, that's what we dialed several times.
Do you have access to a computer? Where? No. Those are on her 3 o'clock packet, right? Oh,
Please,
Well,
Yeah, but
you know,
they
I'm
don't-
using my phone to communicate with you. The gentleman, Curtis Davis says I'm using my phone to
What's-
communicate with
what's
you, and
Heather's
that's
phone?
my only access to the computer. What do I need a computer for?
Ma'am, I need you to give me 1 moment, please. She's not in there. She's not in her office.
Can we go find it?
Yeah. Yes, please, because I can't hear enough and I've given,
We only gave these two.
oh, I'll take them because I don't know why she. Just ask her or Michelle to jump on the Zoom for me, please. No, I'm trying to get this thing taken care of.
My son watches this.
No, it's fine.
The first two are great.
I just, from 11 o'clock on, we have a tight window. I have to be in the car. And we're rapidly approaching 11:30 for the 11 o'clock case. It's fine. You know, it's fine. I know, but that's the rumor in the street. I don't believe it till it happens. I just need somebody to jump on to go into a breakout room. No, what? No, hold on. Hmm? No,
Michelle said
she's on. Yeah,
Yep,
Michelle,
I'm here.
would you? I'm just sending you into a breakout room to talk to this person on the phone because Marianne has given them the breakout, has given them the Zoom information, and it's not working, and I have an 11 o'clock case that needs to
Oh, okay.
start. Thank you so
Okay.
very much for your
Sure.
help. Thanks. Let's try this a different way. This is 194871 SD. This is State of Michigan versus Jalen Williams King. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. Daniel Batar on behalf of Mr. Jalen Williams King, P62191. He is present in court. Sir, can you take him to the record, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Jalen Williams King.
Thank you, sir. Today is the day and time set for the bench trial in this matter. Ms. Bailey, are the people ready to proceed?
Your Honor, at this time, the people are not prepared to proceed. I did receive an email Monday from the phlebotomist indicating that she had a deposition as well as another court hearing today that was, I suppose, according to her prior commitment. However, no other witnesses appeared for this today or informed me as to why they could not appear. I do have my officer in charge seated to my left, although I do not believe he would be able to testify as to anything. If the court would be gracious, I would ask for a short adjournment to be able to allow the phlebotomist as well as the other two witnesses to provide me with reasons why they were not here and a chance to appear.
Judge, this case arises out of an incident in 2019. My client has been waiting for this trial since February 2020. This matter was set for a bench trial several weeks ago. There were no issues presented at that time that would lead me to believe the prosecution was having issues proceeding today. We're here, we're ready to go, Judge. And if the prosecution is not, we're moving to dismiss.
There was an offense date in this case of June 14, 2019. Mr. Williams King was arraigned back in December 2019. This case had a little bit of a delay because of COVID. And when I took the bench, the case was with me to set for jury trial, which we did set. And then the prosecutor made the court aware of the fact that the defendant had waived their right to a jury trial. We reset this matter at the prosecution's request. The prosecution is not ready to proceed this morning. The court will grant the defense motion to dismiss this case without prejudice. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Batar?
Judge, I just have one question not related to the case, but the logistics of it, maybe Marianne can answer it. I believe there was some type of 625G hold placed on his license as a result of this case. And we're hoping that that can be taken care of as soon as possible so we can go to the Secretary of State to get his driver's license back. Marianne, do you know anything about that? I'll have them check downstairs.
I know how to.
I'm sorry.
We can, there's an email that I can send out for him, and we can take care of it for him.
All right, we appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Say that I greatly appreciate everybody in here today. I have been trying so hard to.
We're not off the record. We're recording and we're streaming live. So I hear you, sir. Thank you for your patience this afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Nothing further from the people.
Nothing else from the defense, Judge. He just has been through a lot the past couple of years, and I think he wanted to express his thanks.
I just wanted to express my gratitude and thank you very much for your undertaking proceed with my life. I'm actually in nursing school. And I know that this case would have prevented me from sitting for my board. So this is such a weight lifted off of my shoulders just to know that I can move forward with my future and do better and be the person that I sought out to be.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good luck to you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Are all the attorneys left-handed?
I'm sorry, what was that, Judge?
I said, are all of the attorneys left-handed?
Just the smart ones.
It happens so rarely. I'm always shocked. Oh, wow.
There's a fair amount of attorneys I know that aren't.
So wait, is there 3 of us in this courtroom that are left-handed right now?
Yes.
Yeah, I grew up and I was the only left-handed person going through elementary, and I mean, I never knew anybody that was left-handed.
I'm pretty much the only left-handed person in my family.
Guys, we're the norm. We should probably leave.
That's an aside. I'm sorry. The 11:30 case will be ready shortly.
All right, thank you, everyone. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you. Just, I see the detectives on the later cases, so I'll wait and see if the 11:30 is ready. We'll just roll right into it. It's just Wednesday. Well, there are courts that are so much busier than we are, and I have no complaint. I just don't ever want people to feel like they're being short at the time that they need to have their cases heard. The lift?
That's the workhouse.
Mhm.
They need one. Like a really, really tall.
Well, I know that Al found one online somewhere, but there's a special kind you have to use so it won't destroy the carpet. There's special wheels that you have to put on it so it doesn't destroy the carpet. I thought he measured, there was a way for it to come in and go in the elevator and come upstairs. Because
No, that's the one that I just like. In my mind, I'm thinking that it's just frosted.
marble.
Yeah.
Mhm. So I guess they have the mechanism on the ones out in the foyer that lower them.
Oh.
So. I thought I heard somebody working upstairs yesterday at like 3:45. I looked out and I didn't see a work truck. So I decided it did not involve me. I would just mind my own business. And I left Zoom up because I am concerned about people not appearing. Yes. Or Michelle is gone, so I couldn't keep doing it the way we were doing it because the person clearly could not hear me. And I knew when she said, I heard her say LT earlier.
Yeah.
I don't know how you got in the wrong place. So let's get you where you need to be.
You're always trying to help everyone. I mean, you really do, even though you're crazy busy, you're like,
Because this is difficult for people to navigate. If you aren't someone who appears in court regularly or ever, you don't know if you're the plaintiff, the defendant, the complainant, what you're supposed to do, how you connect your audio, and just trying to be mindful of the fact that this is not people's everyday life. Thank you. I'll be right back.
I know in the email that I sent you, so I have my number in it, but yeah, we'll make sure that. Your guys' schedules for the next 2 weeks. At least here on Wednesdays. Yeah, I think so. It's a super solid report to. I think the other interns from also are staying for just between their Detroit versus so it's convenient for them to be down there. Next week. And if you have more. Just want to see the judge for the 2 to 3 calls. I know you know who she is. Yeah. Westland does 3 months judge as well. And 3 months judge. Criminal dockets. Thanks.
All right. 34th Court's now in session, the Honorable Martin preside.
You may be seated. Yes. We call that Wednesday. This is 220178 FY, State of Michigan versus Mohammed. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Emily Birds on behalf of the people requesting permission to practice pursuant to Michigan Court Rule 8.120 under the direct supervision of APA Brent Bailey.
Would you spell your last name for the record, please?
GERDS.
Motion granted. And your name, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Cecilia Nelson of the neighborhood defender. Ask Mr. Muhammad, who is present here tonight.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Muhammad.
Good morning. Today is the day and time set for the live exam in this matter. The pages are out of order. Caught me off guard for a second. there is count one embezzlement by agent or trustee between $1,000 and $20,000. Are the people ready to proceed?
At this time, Your Honor, the people are not prepared to, or unable to proceed. The witnesses were subpoenaed, but they have not appeared.
Defense motion to dismiss is granted without prejudice. Anything else in this matter, ma'am?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you very much.
You're so very welcome. Mr. Mohammed, good luck to you, sir.
God bless you.
Your previously entered bond will be released and refunded less any fees due to the court. You're welcome. What year in school are you?
I'm going into my third year.
And where are you at school? What school do you go to?
Michigan State.
Michigan. Did Ms. Bailey warn you already?
I don't think I've received a warning per se. Oh.
I didn't
That
see
would've
that
been-
one, Judge.
Always. It's a good school. I think my parents would agree with you wholeheartedly.
They're both excellent, excellent schools. Did you go to Michigan for both undergrad and law school, Your Honor?
Harvard undergrad, came home to go to Michigan Law School.
That's still extremely impressive.
Some of my best friends are Spartans, and I take great pleasure in making them wear yellow and blue shirts whenever they're out and about for me. They say it burns their skin, but I think they'll be okay.
I think we're all set
Until 12 o'clock. We're gonna see if we can grab a little lunch. I'll take us down, Mary Ann, see if Officer Brooks needs to grab some lunch.
Your Honor, can I ask you a quick question?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it your preference if I ask for permission every time? I know some judges prefer
Ms. McCalla? Ms. McCalla? Ma'am? No. Audio. There we are. Good morning. Good afternoon, Ms. McCalla.
Good afternoon, Judge.
How are you, ma'am?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. My problem is your case was scheduled for this morning.
I had forgot that I had court. I was taking my children to school and then I was getting ready for work. When I looked on my calendar, I seen that I had court. That's why I logged on. It slipped my mind, honestly, after I dropped my children off to school and came back towards Detroit.
Your case was scheduled at 9:30. Let me just find it. Case scheduled at 9:30. I called it at 10:08. Excuse me, based on your failure to appear, the file was going to be set for show cause. But what we will do is reset it for the arraignment pretrial when the prosecutor is here and available and there is a court-appointed attorney available should you wish to use the services of that court-appointed attorney.
Yes.
Let me see what that date would be. Mary Ann? Ms. McKell, I think that date will be June the 22nd. Let me go get a time. Sit tight for a second, please.
Okay. It's yours. It could be Zaya's. You probably got it from my mama. I just didn't know if it was yours. It's been in a dirty clothes.
Ma'am, we will say June the 22nd at 10:30 a.m. That will be in courtroom number 2 with Judge Oakley. And notice will be sent to you.
Okay.
Anything else?
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate you
You're so
seeing me.
welcome. Of course. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hey, did you get it? The number? Yeah, yeah. Okay, sign on right now, please.
Hi, Mr. Brown. Okay.
Hi, Mr. Bailey, how are you doing?
No, it's Mary Ann, the court reporter. Your client is I'm just bringing him in.
Okay, good. I just gave him the number. Thank you. Ms. Bailey, did you get my message? Okay, great.
There's no objection.
Thank you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
This is 220206 FY, State of Michigan versus James Albert Stewart. May I have your appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Emily Gertz on behalf of the people requesting permission to practice pursuant to MCR 8.120 under the supervision of APA Bryn Bailey.
Any objection, Mr. Brown?
I guess I have to unmute myself. Not at all. Thank you.
Motion granted. Your appearance, Mr. Brown.
May it please the court, my name is Mark Brown. Number is 39562. I appear on behalf of Mr. James Stewart, who's present via Zoom. We have no objection to continue via Zoom. Mr. Stewart, state your name for the record, please.
James Stewart.
Thank you. The case was scheduled today for an in-person preliminary examination where there is count 1, controlled substance delivery, manufacture of methamphetamine, and count 2, controlled substance delivery, manufacturing of narcotic or cocaine. Are the people ready to proceed with the exam?
Yes.
Mr.
That's
Brown,
fine.
is the defense ready to proceed?
We are ready to proceed. However, Judge, after consultation, Mr. Stewart has indicated his desire, based upon my advice, to waive his preliminary examination offered to the court. Dear,
Mr. Stewart, would you raise your right hand for me, please, sir? Do you swear from testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. Sir, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Brown,
Yes.
and you understand that you have a right to have a preliminary examination where it must be shown that there was a crime committed and probable cause exists to believe that you were involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes.
And you wish to waive your right to have that exam.
Yes, I do.
And you're doing so freely and voluntarily, sir?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to waive your exam?
No. No, I have not been.
Any objection from the people?
The people have no objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown, inasmuch as you and Mr. Stewart appear virtually, there is not a signed waiver in the file. Do you grant the court authority to sign the waiver on your behalf and on behalf of your client?
Absolutely. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Stewart, the court is signing the waiver on behalf of Mr. Brown and yourself. The next step in these proceedings is that you will be bound over as previously charged. The next court date will be an arraignment on the information, which will be on June the 22nd, 2022 at 9 a.m. at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice. Your previously entered bond with any conditions shall continue, but Mr. Brown, I'm sorry, give me 1 second. I'm looking in the file at an April 13th arraignment date, but I don't see an actual bond having been set before. Do you see a bond, any bond information in your file, Mr. Brown or Ms. Gertz?
I don't have the information regarding the bond. I think it's a personal bond, but I'm not certain, Judge.
I don't see it in the court file either. Just for purposes of getting your client downtown, Mr. Brown, I'll say it's 5,000 personal. Mr. Stewart has appeared appropriately and timely at his prior court dates. It just needed something to put on the waiver. Is there anything else, Ms. Gertz?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Brown?
No, thank you very much, Judge. Thank you, Ms. Gert.
Thank you. Have a good day. Good luck to you, Mr. Stewart.
She said, good luck, Mr. Stewart. You can sign off now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi, I have court today.
What is your name?
Yetta Prado.
Ms. Prado, you are supposed to be here, ma'am.
Oh,
at
I thought it was
1:30.
on Zoom.
No, ma'am, you are supposed to be here at the 34th District Court at 1:30 for your live preliminary examination
Okay, there's no way I can make it at 1:30 because I'm all the way in Romulus.
Have you talked to your attorney this afternoon?
No, I haven't talked to nobody.
How long will it take you to get here, ma'am?
At least about half hour, 45 minutes. I'm
Ma'am,
sorry,
your
I thought,
case is scheduled at 1:30. And then there are other cases scheduled at 2 and 2:30. I would suggest that you give your attorney a call and figure out if you should start making your way here to the court, or there's something else that we're doing with your case this afternoon.
okay.
Okay?
Okay, I'm
Thank you.
calling now. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am wonderful. I am so happy to see you.
Where did that prosecutor step off?
She's right here. Miss Bailey, I can see her right here.
She can do it on-
She can do it from Zoom.
I will let her know.
Thank you, Officer King. Ms. Bailey, this is actually the best officer to have on the stand. You should see her looking up. Don't be scared. I don't know.
It's,
Oh, the 1 o'clock? Jeez.
oh, there's that. Human, 2 o'clock.
Why are you running in here like that? Clearly, no one's in a rush. Why do we schedule things? And I'm here and people come when they want to come.
So I have 2 waivers that are gonna happen. Ronnie Ray, Ms. Kirkland and her client, they're outside. And then, Mr. Whittle just informed me that Ms. Prado is gonna sign back into Zoom and waive as well.
Thank you for the update. What is he? What's wrong, Officer Brooks? Because you know what he'll come do. He comes and does this. I'm s- But then one of the prosecutors did it, and I was like, okay.
She looked at me.
That's what I was telling Mr. Hadley. I said, this side is fine. There's nothing over there. Can't reach it. Well, when Dan asked about that, I said, that's been up there for. The way that the camera, the Polycom points to this corner, so you can't see any of this. You. No. Oh, boy. Ray, 220145. And then Prado, 220207. If a defense attorney and a defendant will come in, I'm happy to call the case. Ms. Prado, the story she's logging back on, she was on Zoom 35 minutes ago and was not aware that she needed to be in person.
That's correct, Your Honor. I'm the attorney. Her case is logging in now.
Who will show up first, the 1 or the 1:30? I'm watching for Ms. Prado to pop into our waiting room. I don't see her. If Ms. Kirkland and her client come in. So the new chairs have been ordered. These. Just the chairs. Yep, the attorneys and the, here we are. Oh, Ms. Kirkland wins. Take your cap off for me, please. Thank you. This is 220145 FY, State of Michigan versus Ronnie Ray. May I have your appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Sheriff Dr. on behalf of Mr. Ray, P84015.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the live examination of this matter. There is count 1, controlled substance, second or subsequent offense notice, the double penalty, and count 2, police officer fleeing 4th degree. Are the people ready to proceed with the preliminary examination?
Your Honor, the people are prepared to proceed with the preliminary examination. I was informed by Ms. Kirkland that her and her client did wish to waive it.
Is that correct, Ms. Kirkland? Mr. Ray, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Sir, you understand you have an absolute right to have a preliminary examination where it has to be shown that both a crime was committed and that probable cause exists to believe that you're involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes.
And knowing that you still wish to waive your right to have that exam. And you're doing so freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in a way, promised anything to get you to waive the exam? Thank you. The file that I just passed down to your attorney requires you to sign the waiver indicating that you understand these rights and that you are waiving this exam. Do the people have any objection to the waiver?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. When the file comes back to me, I'll sign it as well. He'll be bound, thank you, sir. He'll be bound over as previously charged. The next step in these proceedings will be your arraignment on the information, which will occur at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice on June 22nd, 2022 at 9:00 a.m. Your previously entered bond with any conditions will continue. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Kirkland? Our directive is 1 week adjournment for in custody and 2. So that's something you'd have to take up with the circuit court unless that's the only way. Okay. Anything else, Ms. Kirkland? Thank you. Mr. Ray, good luck to you, sir. Have a good afternoon. Ms. Prado. This is 220207 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Yetta Prado. May I have your appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Dennis Whiting, P79560 on behalf of Ms. Prado, who is present by way of Zoom, Your Honor. We would consent to proceeding in this format. Even though I'm in the courtroom, she wishes to proceed with the waiver in this format.
Ma'am, state your name for the record.
Yetta Marie Prado.
Thank you. Are you able to see your attorney on your screen?
Yeah, I can see him.
Today is the day and time set for the preliminary examination. In this matter, there is count 1, controlled substance, delivery and manufacture of methamphetamine. Count 2, controlled substance, delivery and manufacture of narcotic or cocaine. Are the people ready to proceed with the exam?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is defense ready to proceed with the exam?
Your Honor, my client wishes to waive her right to a preliminary exam and be bound over to the circuit court.
Ms. Prado, raise your right hand for me, please. Ma'am, do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. Ma'am, you understand that you have an absolute right to have a preliminary examination in this matter where it had to be shown that a crime was committed and that probable cause exists to believe that you're involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes.
And after having the opportunity to discuss the case with Mr. White, you wish to waive your right to have that examination.
Yes.
And ma'am, you do so freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to waive the exam?
No.
Ma'am, inasmuch as you are not hearing your attorney is, I am sending a file down to him where he will execute the waiver of the examination. Any objection from the people?
No, Your Honor.
Once Mr. Whitey signs the form, it will come back to me. I will sign it as well. The next step in the proceedings is that you will be bound over for arraignment on the information that will occur at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice on June 22nd, 2022 at 9 a.m. Your previously entered bond with any conditions will continue.
Okay.
Did you sign it on behalf of your client as well?
Oh, you know, I'm sorry. I have to sign with permission.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Whitey?
Nothing, Your Honor. Just have a pleasant day. I appreciate all your staff.
You too. Ms. Prado, the court is signing the waiver as indicated.
Okay.
Ma'am, you have a wonderful afternoon.
You too.
Good luck to you. Sir with the white t-shirt, how may I help you? You're muted, sir.
My name is Kerry Williams, and I was just getting informed that I had it in person today. I thought it was over
Mr.
Zoom.
Williams, you have a 2 o'clock hearing with me here live at the 34th District Court, sir.
Yes, ma'am. And that's why I called earlier to confirm, but I've been trying to find a ride all day, and I can't find a ride. With the gas price, I have $22. I've been trying to pay
Mr. Williams, I'm going to have you stop talking for just one moment. There's no prosecutor in the courtroom. Your attorney is here. He is outside on unrelated matters, so sit tight. As soon as he comes his way, we'll let him know that you are here and we'll figure out what to do about this examination. Okay, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Be kind to seniors. Aren't you supposed to be? Isn't everybody supposed to be? And the Wednesday is Wednesday ever. I really have to agree, this goes down the books. Nothing's wrong. I saw Mr. Baker put me school. Yeah, so what do you think? I'll be a ballerina in the morning. I have no idea. I'm free of that. Well. I took ballet. I would not call myself a ballerina. But we took different dance classes. What are you gonna do with your little girls? You don't have a choice. And we had ballet and gymnastics in school. So that was fun. I went to a small school, so. Everybody was on the ballet team or? Everybody did everything. Our whole school could fit in a singular school bus from K to 6. Oh, wow, that is. Yeah. My 6th grade class had 10 people in it. Is that they just go up to 6th grade? At the time it did. They added on to junior high school the year after me. My sister stayed there to 8th grade. So she goes from the school, by that point, maybe had 50 people. And while they wanted a cast with me that had, 8 floors of kids. So. Oh my, was it a Montessori? Just private school. That's kind of cool. That I still have contact with people in elementary school. Yes. Because our class was just so small. You knew everybody. So. And all of the parents probably looked after all the kids. You have to go to the check. Did you go to Chicago school? Yes. I don't know. Where'd you go? Yeah. And your parents were okay with that? Your siblings? And were they stay in high school? Follow this crazy brother out. I was at the high school last night. It's the first time I've been there since they painted it and redid that entrance. It takes you right to the auditorium. He did a great job. It's nice, yeah. Did you go to the high school visit? A proud eagle. I love you. trying to get that free.
Exactly. I just know it for it. Yeah, right. There's no security officer. I need to. So
I went to, it's called Pyramid Elementary School, small private school in Detroit, near Maryborough College. And then high school, I went to Cass downtown. It was. Whoa. Well, I went to public school for junior high school. Yeah.
I bet you and your sister were like,
Yeah.
this is freaky. Oh, my ex-husband, he went to Cass, but he's a lot older than me. He said it was not that. Like years, I mean.
Really?
Years, yeah, years ago. Was it rough for you there?
I didn't think so. I liked it.
It's a huge
It's
school.
a really big school. I still talk to some of my classmates who,
Yeah.
I've been on the last few anniversaries for the last few union planning committee, so it's been fun.
Is Cass still, is the school still there?
It's a new building, like a newer building. It's only, I don't know, maybe 4, 5, 6 years old, I think. I can't remember. It's nowhere near what the old building, you could tell from the freeway, is very formidable. This one's a little lower profile building, sleeker. So I haven't been in a new one.
Oh, we're speaking of doing building. Does anyone know what's going on at the train station? I know that Ford bought it. Anyone hear anything?
Oh, you have to go down there.
Oh, is it nice?
They're doing tons of work on it.
I mean, everything, all of us, everything.
They had to pump water out of all the subbases because the roof was open, elements have been getting it. It took them forever to pump the water out. All new windows in, it's lit up. They redone the landscaping around it. It's going to be a true hub for automotive innovation. That's,
What are they gonna put in there? It can't be just the offices. It's huge.
it's a big commitment to that part of the city. Mary River Corktown, you drive through there, there's only the places you would stop, and then when you had Slows open, and it was on Food Network, and it automatically became impossible to get into. I can't think of what that little diner kind of thing across the street from us called. I've been in there, but it's been some years. And then other stuff up and down. I mean, there are people who've always been down there doing things, living, having businesses. But then once it starts becoming newsworthy,
Right.
It's good for the people who are in business down there, but property values go up, it's harder to buy down there. But I'm glad to see that they're doing work.
Oh, yeah. Isn't that like in the same area where the old type stadium used to be?
Which they have, I can't think of what the name of it is. But they have a specific name for what they call that. I can't think of. No, they call it something else. I can't think about it. And they rent it out as a venue, as like for receptions and events. It has other stuff around it, is what I'm saying. Oh my, I can't think of the name of it, and I'm looking for it. The corner ballpark it's called the corner ballpark. It was not going to come to me. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I agree.
I love it. Oh, man. It was my mother's first day with the
Did you get a seat or anything when they tore it down? What did you get?
I was sitting in the bleachers, I got the bleachers. The bleachers.
Are you kidding?
No, that's it. I was turned down, and I left. So I got a beer handle.
Oh my God.
Detroit Baseball Club. That's the piece I got out of here. Promise, raise your right hand, say aye.
Aye.
On the record, you solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
I will not tell Jamie or anybody else what I'm here.
Where is it?
Yeah, that is, it's in my bar.
Did you have your wife's approval beforehand?
I didn't need it. I mean, I love tires. Tires.
You're like.
It's night and day difference between, yeah.
This is how I picture it. I walk out my front door, I'm a big bustling city. I walk 2 steps and I can walk in Tire Stadium. I walk out my back. Little trees, funky stream. Oh, my head.
So what are you gonna do? Just there. You're gonna do it. How'd you get it? You did not.
Well, I need help carrying. Do it myself.
So did you do that one sweep in one day? All of those artifacts?
Yeah. Because it's like when you tear it down, right? When you're just scrapping it out.
Yeah.
And you would sell all that stuff, you put a stick on it.
So did you have to wait in line to get what you wanted?
No.
I didn't think that it would be.
That's sad.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's cool.
Took my dad. We seen before. Was how I worked in July. Wasn't famous for such picture of the whole entire state people standing.
Oh, that's cool.
I don't know.
Ma'am, how are you?
I'm in here thinking you were busy, but I think you.
Don't you feel safer with Officer Crova present?
This is that. Judge Butler is supposed to be going in mediation with Judge Green.
Yes.
Does Judge Green know about it?
I told her about it, but I said, I'm not sure if they're going to go case evaluation or mediation.
They're gonna go mediation.
Okay.
I just didn't want to go in there and be like, do you have a date? And surprise her. And then the defendant filed something today to answer in a jury demand.
In what?
In a jury demand.
In what? In what file? In this file?
Yeah.
They filed an answer?
It's right in there.
No, this case has been pending too long for that.
Same
What
ticket.
did you do when you do that whole stuff? She start cracking up.
Yeah, well, they're 2 weeks old. They need to go. Well, I think that they've lived their absolute best life.
You know, your stems are so defective on these things.
Yeah, well, you know what? I think they'll be okay.
What's that? Flower?
Well, the florist told me to change the water every 4 days, and we've done that. But yeah, I think it is time. They've been there for, yeah, since the 27th. Don't have a seat. Visit with us. I'm waiting on my 12:30. I've been here since 10 minutes to 8, so I'm here ready to do if we can get people to show up. But so Taylor is commenting on the appearance of my flowers, and I told her they have been there for almost 2 weeks. I don't think they owe us anything. It'll be Friday, yeah.
I love keeping flowers alive. It's like a mission.
It's Rachel's flowers, I think. Change the water every 4 days. They last 2 weeks. The ones from Community Day were here for 2 weeks. And those still look good. If it weren't for the weekend, we probably would have nursed them along a little bit more. The corner was just it's looking a little drab and boring. Well, the snails are too short, so you can't see them. You can't tell what they are. The 1230 case? No, it's not the 1230 attorney. I don't, what?
So the prosecutor decides she's coming in. This is Brooks and he's gonna wait. He's half of the other case. That's this guy.
Brooks and Williams.
Yeah, Brooks is going to wait.
Okay.
But Mr. whatever Bagnard or whatever his name is, hasn't decided what he wants.
Pickard, and his client is here. Mr. Williams is
Yeah,
on
he's
Zoom.
on there.
He knows.
Is that
Yes,
him?
Your Honor. I
Yes.
believe Mr. Bickert signing on to Zoom now to be able to get a breakout room with Mr. Williams.
So these two cases do not need to be called together?
Since Mr. Forrest's client is gonna be a waiver, I don't, unless Your Honor wants to wait a couple minutes, but I don't think to execute a waiver on one necessitates having them both.
Just asking so we were all on the same page. I have no preference at all. This is 220266 FY, State of Michigan versus Ashton Brooks. I have your appearances, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Matthew Forrest, E73168, appearing on behalf of Ashton Brooks, standing in for the attorney of record, Ben John.
Thank you.
Judge, today is the date and time set for a preliminary examination. I have discussed the nature and purpose of a preliminary examination with Mr. Brooks, and after those discussions, Mr. Brooks would like to waive his exam.
Before we do that, Mr. Forrest, I'd like to offer an apology to you. I look at my notes from April the 27th, 2022, and it's very clear that I set this exam at 2 p.m. Someone went in and changed it to noon. I know you've been here for quite some time, so I wanted to be clear and offer an apology. I'm not sure what happened or how, but that being the case. Mr. Brooks, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Sir, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with your attorneys?
Yes.
And you understand the purpose of a preliminary examination?
Yes.
And after having those discussions with your attorney, you wish to waive your right to have that examination?
Yes.
Sir, have you been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to waive your exam?
No.
You're doing so freely and voluntarily. I'm passing the file down to your attorney. He'll sign it, you'll sign it. It is the waiver of this examination. Do the people have any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Once you sign it, sir, it'll come back to me. I'll sign it. And the next step in the proceedings is that you will be bound over as previously charged. Thank you, sir. The file's been returned. The waiver has been signed by Mr. Forrest, and Mr. Brooks has indicated the court is signing that Mr. Brooks will be bound over as previously charged. Sir, your next appearance date in court will be an arraignment on the information. That'll be on June 22nd, 2022 at 9 a.m. at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice. You'll be bound over as previously charged. Your previously entered bond with any conditions shall continue. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing further from the people.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Brooks?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brooks, thank you for your patience this afternoon. Good luck to you, sir. Was Mr. Bickert logging on from our Zoom room or? Oh, okay. I thought he wanted to have a conversation with his client. Oh. They're all interesting. We came in, I saw all those people sitting in the back row.
Do you think that, they're done with your,
I can't tell.
it sure looked, they were. So when you see, when you saw it the first time, is it a lot bigger?
It is.
This one was nice.
Well, it's nice to be outside and enjoy the weather. Dinner out there when the nights are, when the nights are nice. My Zoom is up and I'm actively watching it right now. There's myself, you, the courtroom, Mr. Williams. Mary Ann still logged on from her desk. Car shows are back on Monday. Yep. Coinciding with the farmer's market.
Oh, that would be nice.
I love a good farmer's market.
You're one of those people, just like me.
Yeah. It's one of my favorites. I'm thinking about making my boyfriend take me this weekend and bring our dog.
What kind of dog?
I have a corgi. He's a week shy of being one. I know, he's the cutest.
What, farmer's market?
Hmm?
Where do you live?
Howell.
How? I wish I could take my dog to farmer's.
What kind of
Yeah,
dog do you have, Judge?
Great Dane.
I love Great Danes. They're so sweet.
Yeah, we love her too.
Big, but so sweet.
Everybody doesn't think she's sweet, but
Oh.
she's a sweet dog. She's more bark than bite, but 100 pounds barking at you is 100 pounds barking at you.
That's fair.
But I love farmer's market. We go to the, Belleville has one first Monday, not first Monday, on the Mondays in these warmer months. And I only can take a certain amount of money because I have a habit of spending more than I intend to. I said that politely. So I do that part. My husband looks at cars. We walk around, we get to run into people, and it's always nice. They have such great vendors there. Small town life at its absolute finest. Kathy, you have had quite the day. I'm sorry? Oh, really? It's usually a little cooler in here. This hallway is a little warmer. I don't know how they're regulating that. Are you trying to break my nice door? It's okay. Well, were you trying to talk to him in private?
I am, that's what I'm trying.
You can't get logged on? If you want to, the guy, there's take a breath. If you want to go downstairs and use our Zoom, the officers will take you in there and we'll get you into a private area with your client. I don't know why either, because my Zoom is up. It's been up almost since a little before 8 this morning. Are you? Is there a free office up here that we could make a Zoom room? I don't mean right for this second, just going forward so that people don't. Oh. Mr. Kearney, good afternoon. So he didn't hear me or he's ignoring me? No, not you. I spoke to Mr. Kearney and he's not listening to me, which is not new. Yeah, I'm not known for speaking softly. Don't come in here with that. Don't take it for him. What, you showing it, Mr. Bickert, I'm offering you an option. Why? I can't imagine that anybody is downstairs in their room right now at 2:30 in the afternoon. You go, one of the officers will go down to the bottom of the stairs, or you would send somebody to the Zoom room with him. It's our probation waiting room. There's a laptop in there. You can log on and talk to Mr. Williams. Yes. Thank you. I don't know. He's not listening. It's fine. Somebody will take care of you, Mr. Bickert. There's been some connection issues. It's fine. Still only 2:37. Yeah, we get to do it again next week. I didn't know if you knew that, Officer Brooks. We're next Wednesday, we're felonies, we're criminal next week.
I'm sorry.
We're criminal again next Wednesday.
Oh, what do we do then?
We're standing in. Plus 3 weeks in a row is what we need. I think when you do it more often, you smooth it out a little better. I think doing
Really,
it
it's nothing
and then
we're
being
doing.
off.
It's really nothing we're doing.
Yeah,
We're
clearly.
Constantly waiting.
I'm here until 4 o'clock. There's no waiting. As long as we're done by 3:55, I'm fine.
So 6 o'clock.
I think we should do late exams because
Make
our exam docket goes out to August 24th. That's not good. Oh, here it is.
I don't know offhand.
580-707-8882. Mr. Williams, you'll see an invitation to go into a breakout room so you can meet with your attorney.
Or at least, yes.
It'll be a private space. Just accept the invitation to go into the breakout.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hmm. Mr. Williams, you'll have to join. You should see an invitation, a button to click to join the breakout room.
Yes, ma'am. I'll just click it.
Please go there. Mr. Bickert's already in that breakout room. So Jamie did confirm they were upstairs late yesterday afternoon, cleaning bees. Because I sat at my desk and I heard the windows up here. Officer Garcia.
I was just coming in to consult my constituent, and I was just trying to figure out if he's gonna get the show on the road. Something I said.
You don't even turn around.
We can't.
Ms. Bailey, this is every day. Every day.
We gave that number like 40 minutes ago. That's what we're talking about.
You people. Every day. Don't look up there like that. They do look great. Well, I told you, I'm sitting at my desk and I just see out of the corner of my eye, and I thought it was, I wasn't thinking. After the day we've had. Is Mr. Kearney still out there in the hallway? His client's on Zoom, which I don't understand why we schedule things live.
My file indicates that there was permission for the defendant to appear via Zoom.
Is that what it is? Thank you.
My file indicates that. I believe so.
Pennsylvania or something.
For defendant, all else live. Thank you. Mr. Smith,
Good morning, or good evening, actually.
good afternoon, sir. Your attorney is here in the building. Give us just a moment, sir.
Okay.
My only concern with the hybrid model is if your client's here and you're on Zoom, if your client's on Zoom and you're here and you need to confer quickly, how does that happen? But that's not my fight, not today. Hey. Good, how are you? Mr. Smith is here. Did you need to speak to him? Okay. I'm ready. I'm waiting for my 12:30 case first. Second time's the charm, right? Are we doing Smith first?
Your Honor asked for Mr. Kearney, so I was just being proactive and getting my officers inside the courtroom.
I asked for him because I saw his client joining and Mr. Bicker is still in the breakout. I'll take him in the order they come or the order you tell me you're ready to proceed.
I'm ready to go in any order. If Mr. Kearney is ready, I'm ready.
This is gonna get a little involved.
I have a 12:30 case that has not been called. I have a 2 o'clock case that has not been called, and your 2:30 is now 2:44. So
I'm having a great time listening to another attorney's treatment right now, so I'd be happy to let the, I think this might be involved.
I don't think so because our exams are only scheduled in a half-hour blocks, so it's not going to get involved.
Well, the legal argument is gonna be involved.
The legal argument, okay.
So should I check with Mr. Becker?
Yes, that'd be fantastic. Thank you.
You know where he is.
He's in the Zoom room. If you go to the bottom of the stairs, one of the court officers will. When you go to the bottom of the stairs, look to your right. Does he understand that your 2:30 case is over at 3 o'clock? Okay, maybe not.
Judge, I wanted to ask you a question. If we weren't able to touch base on all the preliminary topics today within the
Mr.
time
Smith?
frame. Yes,
Mr. Smith, your attorney is not in the room, so I'm going to ask you not to speak right now.
okay.
I just don't want you to say anything until he's here.
Okay.
Give me one moment. So Mr. Williams came out of the breakout as well. Are you ready to proceed? This
Yes, ma'am.
is 220265 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Kerry Williams.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
May it please court, Your Honor, Tyrone Bicker, appearing on behalf of Mr. Williams, who's present via Zoom. Plea number 62647, appearing on behalf of the Neighborhood Defense Service of Detroit.
Mr. Williams, state your name for the record, please, sir.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Kerry Williams.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the preliminary examination in this matter. There is count 1, burglar's tools possession, count 2, larceny from a motor vehicle. Are the people ready to proceed with this preliminary examination?
Yes, Your Honor, the witnesses, or the people have all witnesses necessary for examination.
Mr. Bicker, is the defendant ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor, have explained to Mr. Williams his right to preliminary exam, and if he was burgled to establish probable cause and how they would do so. Given that discussion, Mr. Williams would like to waive his right to preliminary exam.
Mr. Williams, raise your right hand for me, sir. Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you, sir. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Bicker,
Yes, ma'am.
and you understand that for your preliminary examination, there'd have to be evidence shown that that crime had been committed, that probable cause exists to believe you were involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes, ma'am.
And knowing this, you still wish to waive your right to have your examination.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to waive your exam, sir?
No, ma'am.
You're doing so freely and voluntarily.
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Any objection from the people?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Williams, I've passed the file down to your attorney to sign the waiver. It's what's necessary to bind you over, which will be the next step in these proceedings. Once Mr. Bickert signs for himself and on your behalf, the file will come back to me. I will sign it. You'll be bound over as previously charged. Your next appearance date will be your arraignment on the information, which will occur at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice on June the 22nd, 2022 at 9 a.m. Your previously entered bond with all of its conditions will continue.
Yes, ma'am.
After the waiver is signed, Ms. Bailey, is there anything further from the people?
Nothing further from the people.
Anything further, Mr. Bickert?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you so very much, sir. Mr. Williams, the file is back to me right now. I will sign the waiver as previously indicated. I've already given you your arraignment on the information date of June the 22nd. You are bound over, bond continues. Already talked to both the parties. That concludes this matter. Thank you very much for your patience this afternoon. Mr. Williams, you may log off, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Bickert, you had Mr. Tucker as well?
I do, Your Honor, that's what's up.
Thank you. Mr. Kearney, while you were out of the room, your client, Mr. Smith, wanted to ask a question. I asked him to wait until you were back. I wasn't sure if you were aware of what he could possibly want to ask the court.
Mr. Kearney, it was just, I thought they were referring to us as far as our preliminary hearing being over at 3 o'clock, and if we weren't able to touch base on all the preliminary topics, if we were able to get a continuance, but I don't think she was talking to us. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to even bring that up.
This is 220167FY. This is State of Michigan versus Darius Tucker. May I have your appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Please court, Your Honor, Tyrone Baker, appearing on behalf of Mr. Tucker, who's present to my right, P number 62647, appearing from India.
State your name for me, please, sir.
Darius Tucker.
Thank you. Is there a reason why you have a cap on in the courtroom, sir? Thank you. No worries. Today is the day and time set for the preliminary examination in this matter. There is count one, assault with intent to murder. Count two, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder. Count three, assault with a dangerous weapon. Are the people ready to proceed with this examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is defense ready to proceed with the examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any preliminary matters, ma'am?
None from the people.
Any preliminary matters, sir?
No, ma'am. Just a motion to sequester witnesses. I don't want to know who, but I don't think there's any.
If there's anyone in the courtroom who will testify other than the officer in charge, they should remove themselves from the courtroom. If there's anyone watching on the live stream that might give testimony in the future, cease watching at this time. Mr. Bickert, the court's only concern is this matter was scheduled at 12:30. This court was here ready to proceed. It's now 2:50 by the court's clock. There is a 2:30 exam that has similar time constraints. I don't want the staff here. So saying that to say we will start the exam, but we are not. We'll start the exam. Your first witness, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would call Richard Baker to the stand.
Oh, yeah. No, no. These are set in a half-hour blocks. Yeah, because Mr. Kearney is playing. That's all. No. Your first witness is Richard
Baker, Your Honor.
Mr. Baker? Sir, come up to this podium for me, please. State your first and last name and then spell it for me, please.
Richard Allen Baker, Richard Baker.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you much. Come up here, please. Have a seat in this purple chair. Up this little ramp and into this chair. My secretary will be taking down your testimony. If she can't hear you for some reason, I'll ask you to raise your voice or pull the microphone closer, okay? Yes. Thank you. Ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please restate your name for the record?
Richard Allen Baker.
So, Mr. Baker, I'm going to be asking you a series of questions today, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to need you to keep doing what you're doing and give me verbal answers to all of them. Shaking your head up and down.
Wait, I'm sorry. Shaking your head up and down.
Or side to side, or any uh-huhs or uh-uhs cannot be taken down by Madam Court Reporter, okay?
Okay.
All right. If you don't understand a question, please let me know and I'll try to rephrase it.
Okay.
Mr. Baker, do you remember February 19th, 2021?
Yes.
On that date, were you at 51,195 Sylvia Drive?
Yes.
Is that in Van Buren Township,
Yes.
Wayne County?
Yes.
What, if anything, were you doing there?
Shoveling snow.
Is that a residential area?
Yes.
And do you-
Well, it's a manufactured home community.
Okay.
I'm the park manager.
So you were the park manager of the Sylvia Drive manufactured home community?
Yes.
Okay. And did something happen while you were shoveling snow on February 19th, 2021?
Yes.
How did it start?
Well, it started, I was plowing snow. I went back to reshovel because the snow goes in everybody's driveways. And out of respect, I thought I'd clean the driveways out. So I was down there shoveling and I heard a loud exhaust and a car come pulling in on Sylvia Drive off of Rawsonville sideways.
All right, so I'm gonna stop you there. What did the car look like?
It was just a big blue car.
And when you said that it came pulling on to Sylvia Drive sideways, what do you mean by that?
Like they were out of control, but loud exhaust.
So what, if anything, did you observe that car do next?
Go back the other way, back and forth, sideways.
Okay, so when you say that it was going the other way and going back and forth, do you mean that it was going back and forth across the roadway or something else?
Like they were, I thought they were out of control, but they were playing.
They were what?
Playing, like
Playing.
trying to slide sideways, back and forth.
Why do you think that?
Just observation.
Well, what about what the car was doing made you think that it was a playful maneuver as opposed to a maneuver as a result of the weather conditions?
Well, if they would have slid all the way around, you know, it just being out of control, they would have slid around and stopped, but I kept hearing the exhaust, so they were giving it gas to make themselves go sideways.
And for how far did you observe this car doing these things?
From the start of Sylvia all the way down towards me. And I was at the other end.
Okay, and about how long of a distance would you say that is?
Maybe 300 feet.
300 feet, okay. And did you ever observe the vehicle come to a stop?
Not until it passed me.
And what, if anything, happened after the vehicle passed you?
They lost control and hit a snowbank.
What happened next?
The snowbank I built for the kids to play in. And I seen these two kids dive off the back because it was coming for them.
Okay, so there were kids on the snowbank, and they were able to exit the snowbank before the car struck it?
Yes.
What happens next?
The car, played around, got loose or got away from the bank, the snow bank, and then, I thought they were gonna leave, but they turned around and come towards me. That was on the corner of, Sylvia and Maurice.
And so when the car turns around and starts heading back towards you, what, if anything, do you do?
I stopped them.
How did you stop them?
I stepped out from the sidewalk and, stopped them. They were going pretty slow then.
So when you say you stopped them, did you like hold out a hand saying, hey?
No, I just got on the road with my shovel and, stopped, and they proceeded to stop.
Okay, what happens next?
I asked the guy, he got out of the car, and I asked him to get off the property.
Do you see that person here in the courtroom?
Yes,
Could you please point to them and tell me something they're wearing?
he's got a black shirt on, black turtleneck or shirt, whatever it is.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that is he on your left or right?
On mine,
Yes.
on my left.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So you have the defendant steps out of the car. What happens after that?
We had a conversation. There was some hollering and screaming, name calling, everything else.
Who was hollering, screaming, and name calling?
We both were. I was upset because I built a snowbank for the kids to play on, and I felt this guy was lost control and could have hurt these kids.
And while you guys were out in the street hollering and yelling at each other, did it ever turn physical?
No,
So what, if anything, happens after you guys are done having this heated conversation?
the grandmother of the two kids that were on the hill, she'd come out from her house, and she approached us, and they started having a verbal conversation, screaming and hollering. So she went around and took a copy or took a picture of his license plate.
And did you observe that happen?
Yes.
Okay. So what, if anything, happens next?
So it got out of hollering and screaming, so I just hit 911.
Okay. So you call 911. What, if anything, happens while you are attempting to call 911?
That's after I called 911, he was having a verbal conversation with the lady. And so then that got over, and we were talking, he jumped back in the
When you
car.
say we, do you mean you and the defendant or you and 911?
No, me and my resident.
Okay.
And I'd already got off the phone with 911. They said they're on their way.
Okay. So you get off the phone and you're speaking with your resident. What, if anything, happens while you were speaking with your resident?
He jumped back in the car,
Who do you mean by he?
the defendant,
Okay, so he jumps back in his car and then what?
and he proceeded to drive probably 20 feet backwards, backing up. So because I asked him to just just get off the property.
So he's backing up. Where are you as he's backing up?
I'm still in the front of the car in the road.
Okay. And what, if anything, happens after the defendant has finished backing up? I believe you said 20 feet.
Yeah, he started backing up. So I just figured he was gonna back up and leave the community. He could go down Maurice and get off the property. But instead, he punched or started coming forward, giving it gas, and coming, and kept giving it gas until he was right there.
How fast would you say that the defendant was coming towards you?
It wasn't really going too fast then, maybe 5 miles an hour. But so I stand right there. I put my hands on the front of the car, and then that's when he just punched it and started pushing me.
And how far were you? So the car collides with you. Where does it collide with you? Where does it hit you?
Oh, I just put my hands down. So my hands were on the front of the hood. So it's kind of just pushing me.
And how far were you pushed?
Objection, he didn't say he was pushed. He said he was pushing.
I believe it was pushing me, is the testimony that I heard, but I can clarify.
I put my hands down in the
Hold on.
car.
I'm sorry, Mr. Parker. Your specific, Baker, I'm sorry, your specific objection, Mr. Bickert, is Specific objection.
Specific objection to lack of communication with the state prosecutor.
Thank you.
That it's pushed. If I heard it wrong, then I apologize. I thought
I can ask a clarifying question.
Thank you. That'd be appreciated.
So your hands are on what part of the car?
The hood,
And
the car was proceeding forward. So just reaction, I put my hands down, so it connected with the hood as he kept going. So now he's pushing me.
okay,
Yeah,
all right. So let the record
I'm
reflect
sliding.
that. Let the record reflect that the witness put his hands extended out fully in front of him with his palms open, and then mimicked a motion of moving back.
Yes, ma'am.
So how far were you moved back while your hands were on the hood of the car?
Probably 30 feet.
How fast would you estimate the vehicle was going during this time?
It started out, like I said, probably around 5, but then he kept pushing the gas farther and kept going faster. So we probably reached maybe 20 miles an hour. I don't know. I'm not a speed expert, but all I know is I looked down and my feet started sliding out from under me. So then I got scared because it was going so fast. So
What happened next?
I worked my way to I said, if my feet go out, I'm going underneath this car, and then I'm dead. So I kind of worked myself way to the passenger side, and then I threw myself off into the snowbank.
What, if anything, aside from trying to move out of the way, were you doing as you were being pushed?
Trying to save my life.
Were you saying anything?
No,
No. Did the defendant appear to be saying anything to you?
no. He was driving. And then I never seen him again. But I saved my shovel.
So what, if anything, happened after you were able to move out from in front of the vehicle?
I went in the snowbank. And then disappeared down the road. And then the police showed up.
Did you sustain any injuries?
Dislocated my shoulder.
And I saw that you indicated your left shoulder. Was your left shoulder the one that was injured?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions for this time at this time for this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Bickert.
Sir, have you provided the police or the prosecutor's office any documentation or any evidence related to this injury to your shoulder?
No.
When did you determine or discover that your shoulder was dislocated?
When I went to shovel the rest of the driveway and I couldn't lift the snow.
Did you go to the hospital?
No.
Did you go to the doctor?
Excuse me?
Did you go to the doctor?
No. I yanked it back in place.
Okay, just so I'm clear, so your testimony is that you dislocated your shoulder and you did not seek any medical attention, correct?
Correct.
And there's no documentation of it, correct?
Correct.
Just take a picture.
Excuse me?
Just take a picture.
There's a video.
Okay, of the dislocated shoulder?
No, of the incident.
The incident, the video of the incident, did you take the video?
No.
Who took the video?
The people who lived at that house.
Do you know that person's first name?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
Oh, I know her last name.
What's her first and last name?
There's two different people that live there. I had to look it up. I don't have it right off my back.
How long do you live in the park?
Yes,
Okay. And how long have you lived there?
excuse me,
How long have you lived there?
12 years,
And you said that you are now the park manager, correct?
correct.
And what are your duties as park manager?
What are my duties?
Correct.
Everything, plow, take care of office work, go to court,
Go to court for what?
residents, if they're being evicted.
So you, as the park manager, you've been asked to go to court for an eviction?
Yes,
How many times?
Relevance, Your Honor?
I'm trying to determine his duties, because he's indicated he's a park manager, and I assume that's part of the reason why he's jumping in front of my client as he's driving down the street. I'm just trying to find out what the park manager does and doesn't do.
Well, I don't see.
Stop for 1 second, please. We're still recording if that matters for you. We're still recording if that matters for you, if you can't get back up. You sure? Objection was the relevance.
Yes, Your
Mr. Baker, you were trying to get some clarification as to Mr. Baker's duties.
As a park
Objections overruled.
Sir, you indicated that you were called to court for evictions. How many times is that correct?
probably 5, 6, maybe 8.
And I'm just trying to understand, what's your role in that? Like, is you just there to testify as to things that the person may or may not have done?
If they don't follow the rules, if they don't pay,
Okay.
anything
Okay,
related.
let me ask you, do you collect rent?
Yes,
Okay. And do you file the eviction?
yes,
Okay, that clears up. And do you have any security needs?
yes.
Okay, and what are those?
I protect everybody that comes in the community,
You protect everybody that comes in the community.
all my residents.
Well, I assume that you, well, okay, the residents. Now, you said this all started that, and you were plowing snow, and then you were shoveling snow. At the time when you first observed the vehicle, were you shoveling or plowing?
Shoveling,
Okay, and so you're on foot?
yes,
All right, and the street that you described that you first observed the car on, is that the same street that you were located on?
yes,
Okay, all right. So, am I correct in saying that the car was at this point far away from you?
yes, 300 feet, I believe, close.
And that's when you saw it doing the things that you described as you felt that playing
Yes,
in snow.
yes,
Would it be fair that I say I add in the snow?
yes,
Okay. You thought that the person was basically trying to make the car slide.
yes.
Okay. All right. And you didn't like that, correct?
And it wasn't that.
You didn't like that.
It isn't that I didn't like it. It's just, I observed it.
Did you ever tell that person that they shouldn't have been doing that?
I asked them to leave the property.
No. My question is, did you tell that person they should not have been doing what you saw them doing?
No,
Now, at some point, you said that the car then, where is the snowbank in relation to when you first see the car 300 feet away? Car's down there, I'm right here, I'm you. Where's the snowbank in relation to those two?
oh, 30
I don't
feet
think
away.
the courtroom, I mean, like, is it on the same street?
Right on the corner,
Okay.
Maurice and Sylvia.
Okay, all right. And so it's, okay, so basically, what your testimony is, if I'm correct, is that the car came down Sylvia
Yes,
and ran into the snowbank at Sylvia and Maurice,
yes,
okay? And your testimony was that it crashed into the snowbank, correct?
yes.
Okay, what part of the car crashed into the snowbank?
The side, passenger side.
Okay, the passenger side, okay? And how about the front? Meaning, did the front of the car hit the snowbank?
No,
Okay, so it's your testimony that the car slid sideways into the snowbank?
yeah, it's a dead end street. It's a dead end street right there. It's right at a cross. So he had to either go left or right. He spun it instead of stopping at the stop sign. He spun it sideways to the left,
The snowbank itself, is it in the street or off the street?
off the street.
And how far off the street?
10 feet, 8
So,
feet.
so it's your testimony that the car slid 10 feet off the street and hit a snowbank, correct?
Right.
Okay. And while all this was happening, you said you had your cell phone, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever pull out your cell phone and take any video of this?
No.
Okay. To your knowledge, do you know if anyone else has any video of any of this?
Yes.
And when I say any of this.
At that time, no.
I should be more specific. The sliding and all the stuff that where the cars move, that's what I'm talking about.
Right.
Is that on video?
No.
The video that you're speaking of, you're talking about the verbal interaction, right?
No.
Okay, what are you talking about?
Thoughtless of him actually
Trying to drive off?
come, yeah, and hit.
So you say after the snowbank, and at this point, you and this person have had no interaction, correct? At the time that the car hits the snowbank, allegedly,
No.
right? Okay. The person then, the next time that you see them, you said that they were going pretty slow, correct? On what street? Is it still on Sylvia?
Come around, so that, yeah.
Okay. And they're coming towards you?
Yes.
Okay. And they're going slowly, correct?
Yes.
And they're not sliding, right?
Nope.
They're not playing, right?
Nope.
And in the process of them driving down Sylvia, let me ask you this, they keep going down Sylvia. Is there a way to eventually get out of the park?
Yes.
Okay.
And Ross.
Okay. And so my question, sir, is, oh, well, let me back up. So as the car drove slowly down Sylvia, you then jumped in front of the car to stop, correct?
After he come back.
After he comes back, help me understand that.
Excuse me.
You say, okay, so he had come past you. That's
He
what
went,
you mean,
he
right?
went past me heading east, coming into the community. He hit the darn snowbank, it is spun around, and then he's heading west out on Sylvia.
Very slowly, correct?
And that's when I stopped him.
Okay. So he's headed out when you stopped him, correct?
Yes.
And you stopped him to tell him what?
To leave the community.
Which is what he was doing when you stopped him, correct?
Objection,
I don't know.
speculation.
He just testified to you.
I didn't know he was leaving.
Stop for 1 second, please. I heard you. Give me a second. Your response to her objection, sir.
My response is, all I said was what the witness actually said. Said what he said.
Your Honor, we don't know if that is the only, if the defendant turning back around and heading now west on Sylvia, would it be the only way and would in fact lead him out of the community, or if there are offshoots that he could have continued further into the community. So what the defendant was intending to do when turning back around and heading west on Sylvia is speculation.
I didn't ask him, I didn't ask any of that. I repeated his words that he said he was leaving. I said, when he was leaving, he said. I crazy. The direction he's headed, he can leave, correct?
Yes.
He's driving slowly, correct? He's driving slowly.
Well, after I got out and stopped him, yeah.
No. Your testimony earlier was that as he came down Sylvia towards you, they were going pretty slow.
Yes.
Okay. In fact, slow enough that you felt comfortable with walking out in front of the car, correct?
Correct.
With a shovel in your hand, correct?
Correct.
And then the hollering and screaming and name calling started, right?
Correct.
Yes. Including you calling him a nigger, correct?
No.
Okay. Are you, be very careful, sir. Because as you said, this is on video.
Right.
Did you call this man a nigger?
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna approach. As I continue down this road, You said what?
I have no idea why Mr. Kerr would think that.
Because I believe
I mean, I'm just- for us to get council opportunities, for us to get the emergency person, which means we'll have to suspend the event, which is absolutely right. If that's a concern of yours.
I'll proceed. I'll proceed.
To be quite honest, I don't know if Mr. Baker would be willing to give more information, then maybe I could ascertain as to what. But I have no idea.
Okay. Oh. Understood, understood, understood. Yeah, you're fine. I'm 100 plus clients too. I just want to bring to everybody's attention. Okay, reasonable.
Can I proceed?
Absolutely.
Sir, you are aware that you swore an oath to tell the truth, correct?
Yes.
Now, during the hollering, screaming, and name calling, what names did you call this man?
Objection, hearsay.
How is that hearsay? I asked him what he actually did.
Yeah, it's an out-of-court statement being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
What truth? If he called my client an a-hole, it's being offered to prove that my client's an a-hole?
Objection overruled, sir. You may answer the question.
What
Oh.
names?
Hey.
Your Honor, I apologize, but, and I think Your Honor saw it, and
Let's, I'm not sure what's going on today, but your objection's been overruled. Mr. Baker, you can answer the question.
Thank you.
And the extraneous stuff is extraneous and unnecessary, and that's all I'll say about it.
As are the repeated meritless objections.
What other names did you, or what names did you call Mr. Tucker, sir?
I don't recall any name being called, sir. I do recall asking him if he had his braids were too tight, why would he drive down a residential street? Driving sideways and recklessly when there's children's out playing. I don't know of any exact words that are names being called or anything like that.
Do you remember testifying to name call earlier?
Yes, I used it as a word saying that more or less there was speaking going back and forth, but not as really name calling or anything like that. I'm not for sure what everybody called assholes or whatever you want to say, but what I'm trying to say is there was verbal expression out.
Of unhappiness, correct?
Oh, yeah. I think.
Let me get right to the point. What were you saying?
What was I saying?
Yes.
I was asking him to
Objection,
please
you're
leave
saying.
Your response to the objection, sir.
My response is that it is the heart of why we are here. The man said that he stepped in front of my client to tell him things, to indicate things to him, which he's already testified to on direct. So I'm a little confused now as to why I'm hearing objections as to what the man said, which is, I assume, the whole purpose of why he jumped in front of my client's car. I don't understand. I literally don't understand how that's hearsay when it's not being offered for the truth of anything. It's asking him what he said. He's a party to this.
You're asking Mr. Baker to expand on his statements made during direct,
I'm literally
correct?
asking what happened.
Your
during
objection
this
is
alleged
overruled.
crime. So what were you saying to the man?
I stepped out and asked him to please leave the community, get off the property. We do not allow this in the community.
And that's how you said it, just like you said it here in court.
Well, I'm sure it was a little bit more violent, more
violent.
expressed.
And
Because I was worried about the two kids playing out there on the snowbank. We got some guy that does not live in my community and asked him to please leave the property.
Some black guy that doesn't live in your community, correct?
It wasn't nothing about black or white, someone out of control going down the road.
Okay. And so that's why when you saw the car doing all that, You called the police then, right?
I called the police after, no, I called the police after I asked him to leave the property.
You called the police after he started to argue with you about what you were doing, correct?
No,
Okay, let me ask you this. When he was driving down the street and he was coming towards you slowly and you jumped in front of the car, had you call the police? Had you call the police yet?
no,
Okay, then you and him started to exchange words, correct?
correct,
And you said that a lady came out and they exchanged some words, correct?
correct.
And then more words were exchanged, correct? And then eventually you decided to call the police.
No, when it got out of control with him and the lady hollering, I called the police in between that time. When I gave him plenty enough time to leave the property, and he more or less told me, mind my own business or whatever. I don't know what all.
Did he
said.
ever tell you that he wouldn't leave?
He didn't.
Did
didn't
he ever
leave.
tell you that he wouldn't leave?
No,
Did you ever get out of the way of his car so he could leave?
he didn't make an attempt to leave. He backed up.
My question, sir, is when you were standing in front of his car, well, you were blocking his path, correct?
Correct,
That's how he stopped the car in the first place, correct?
correct.
If you had not been in his path, for all you know, he may have already left, correct?
I don't know.
Speculations.
Mr. Bickert, the thing is, let's move along. I'm picking up what you're putting down, but let's
I
move
get it.
along.
So at that point,
I don't know what his thoughts were.
okay, the point is that you haven't called the police until after he's out of the car, after you guys are arguing. That's when you call the police, correct?
Correct,
Not when you saw him driving around, not when you saw him hit the snowbank, correct?
correct,
Okay. Eventually, after this discussion, he gets back into his car, right?
correct.
When he got out of his car, he's telling you to get out of the way, correct?
He's telling me?
Yes,
No,
you are in the way of his car, right?
correct.
He's telling you to move from in front of his car.
No, he never asked me.
Let me ask you this very clearly, so we're clear for the record. Is it your testimony today that this man did not, while you were standing in front of his car, ask you to move from in front of his car?
Never.
Your Honor, we've got 3 questions, the exact same. He's answered the exact same every time. We're doing asked and answered
I
now.
was trying to help.
Mr. Bickert's moving on. I hear you,
I'm
Ms.
definitely
Bailey.
moving on. So at some point, he then gets back into his car, right?
Yes,
Where are you standing?
in the road, in front of the car.
You're asking him to leave, correct?
Yes,
Sir, how is he supposed to do that when you're in front of his car?
would have moved.
When?
When? When he was gonna leave.
So when he just goes to leave, you'll move, right?
Excuse me?
When he goes to leave, you will move, correct?
No,
Didn't, let me ask you again. When were you going to move from the front of his car?
when he was gonna leave.
Okay. And so then he gets back into his car.
No,
and-
he started verbally getting mad and hollering at the lady.
No, no,
That's
no, no, no,
when.
sir, I get to ask questions, and this question is, he gets back into his car, correct? Gets back in the car, correct?
No,
He didn't get back in the car?
sooner, one time he finally did,
Okay.
but he was, when I
Sir, you don't
called
get
the
to tell us
police.
how
Hey,
you want.
okay,
This question's and answers, I'm
I-
asking a specific question.
Mr. Bickert, and he's
And he
answering.
knows where I'm going, that's why he doesn't wanna stick with it.
Go with what?
Your Honor,
It's a simple
Mr.
question.
Baker,
It's been
and
answered.
Mr. Bickert, stop for 1 second. Ms. Bailey, I'm looking right at you
I
for you
know,
to
Your Honor.
answer.
I'm gonna object to argumentative at this point. It is very obvious that Mr. Bickert is yelling and being argumentative with my witness, and I would just ask that this court ask Mr. Bickert to
Unfortunately, Ms. Bailey, that is actually Mr. Bickert's style, which I've seen over the last 15 years. I'm not saying it's okay. I'm going to ask him to be mindful of the fact that Mr. Baker is not a professional court person and to be more deliberate and precise in his questions. Is that,
I will do that, Your Honor.
I don't know how else to say it.
Sir, my question is, at some point, at any point, did my client get back into his car?
Yes,
And at that point, you were standing in front of his car, correct?
correct.
And your testimony was just a second ago that when he went to leave, you would move, correct?
No,
When were you going to move?
he went In reverse.
When were you going to move?
When he chose to get leave.
Okay,
He didn't choose to leave. He never left. He never went in that direction. He went backwards.
after he got into his car, you said he then backed the car up, correct?
Correct.
Listen to me close. When he backed the car up, you don't know what he was doing, do you?
No, I didn't know what he was doing from part 1 or 2 at the whole time.
And your point was to get him to leave, correct?
Correct.
He gets back into his car, which you're standing in front of the front bumper, correct?
In the front of the car.
And he backs up approximately 20 feet, correct?
Correct.
And then tries to drive forward away, correct?
No,
He was going 5 miles an hour. Isn't that what you said?
I estimated it.
Have you ever been in a car and let it idle?
Yes.
Was the car idling?
No, he was revving it up.
Wait. You said he didn't rev it up until you put your hands on it.
He was coming, when he started going backwards, he backed up 20 feet. My whole thought, he was gonna go down Maurice.
So because he didn't go the way that you thought he was gonna go, you decided he wasn't leaving, correct?
I didn't know what he was gonna do.
Exactly.
I thought he was
You
going.
didn't know what he was going to do. That's why I just asked.
Exactly.
You didn't know, correct?
Didn't know.
Your response to not knowing was to stand there, and as he tried to slowly at 5 miles an hour, drive away, what did you do? You put your hands on the car, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Is that what you did?
The objection is,
Mr. Bickert is testifying on behalf of the witness. He needs to ask a question and allow my witness to answer. He's doing compound questions. Question, you did this, and then finishing it up with another question.
That's called laying a foundation for the question. That's called using what the witness has already testified to then ask him about what happened. That's called that's child law 101.
Your Honor, may we approach?
again. Let's go.
No, you don't. And has it every single time. I'm somehow doing something wrong. And quite frankly, but when it's to the point where you're so blatantly wrong, and so blatantly out, that okay, I'm not sure how this is happening. I don't know why we're not. I can't help but stare at this because they have to be disrespectful to other ask witness questions.
You didn't know where he was going, did you?
I didn't know where I was going.
That's where your question was. You didn't know which way he was gonna go, did you? That's where we were.
And actually, Your Honor, what I believe I asked, and what I was asking is, when he backed up, you thought he was gonna go a different direction, right?
I thought he would leave the community.
There are multiple ways to leave the community, right?
Correct.
Okay, including the way that the car was heading when you put your hands on it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, Mr. Tucker didn't go the direction that you thought he was gonna go.
Correct.
He came in your direction,
Correct.
and you decided he wasn't leaving, correct?
I didn't know what he was doing.
Okay, and so you didn't know what he was doing, yet you still stood in front of the vehicle and put your hands on the front hood, correct?
Yes.
To do what?
At that time, he was coming at me.
Sir, when the car started moving forward after it backed up 20 feet, did you just step out of the way to let him leave?
No. I did move towards the curb some because I wasn't in the middle of the road no more. I did move some, but I didn't get all the way to the curb.
When
He
the
got
car
there too fast, it got there too quick.
at 5 miles an hour.
Well, that's what started. I don't know for sure what the speed was. I'm guessing 5. But it kept speeding up, going faster, faster, faster.
I'm gonna check out this stuff. When the car backed up, you were watching it, right?
Correct.
When the car started to move forward, you were watching it, correct?
Correct.
And my question is, did you get out of the way? Could the car drive down the street and leave as you asked?
Yes,
It could?
he could, yes.
How, sir, when you just said that when the car got to you, you were standing in front of the car and you put your hands on the hood?
Right. But I'm only this big, the road's this big, so he could have went around me.
Oh, he could have swerved around.
Not swerved, he could have made the detour or went, he could have moved around me. But instead he come at me.
So you put your hands on the hood and you make no attempt at this point to get out of the way, do you?
No,
Okay.
there was plenty enough room to get around.
You mean there was plenty of room when you had your hands on the hood?
My hands were on the hood at that time. You had 20 feet, there's plenty of room to get around. I wasn't standing in the middle of the road.
Mr. Baker, there's not a question.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
And so you have your hand, and then the car's still moving, right, towards you.
Mhm.
And you have your hands on the hood, and now you're backing up, but the car hasn't stopped, right?
No,
You're backing up, and the car hasn't stopped, right?
no, when I noticed he wasn't gonna move, there was not enough room for me to get out of the way, so I put my hand.
I'm sorry. What do you mean when you say he wasn't going to move?
He was moving, but he wasn't gonna miss me, he was coming at me.
Just so we're clear, I'm talking about when your hands are on the hood of the car and the car is moving.
It was too late. By that time, it was too late. The only thing I could do was put my hands down and the car hit my hands.
All right, the car hit your hand. And then it backed up about 30 feet, and you're in front of it, and then finally you said you decided to jump to the side, right?
I worked my way to the rest of the side to get out of there, so I didn't get run over.
And just so, while we're on that topic, you didn't get ran over, correct?
I didn't get run over, no.
And in fact, the only part of your body that touched that car was the palm of your hands, wasn't it?
Correct.
And during that whole time, while he's driving, Ben didn't say anything, did he? He was driving.
He's in the car.
And my question is, he didn't say anything.
I didn't hear nothing. I don't
Okay.
know.
Oh, did you hit my client's car with the shovel?
No,
Did you ever put down the shovel?
no, stay with me the whole time.
Did you threaten to hit him or his car with a shovel?
No.
Ken,
I know.
thank you. Any redirect? Is GrowthWorks here tonight?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
So the car is now coming back towards you, okay? After it had backed up that 20 feet and is now coming towards you. When did, if at all, did you start moving your way out of the middle of the street?
Oh, yeah, I was never really in the middle of the street, no, but yes, I
So you
made
started,
it over so there was plenty enough room for him to go around.
how far away from the curb were you?
Um, Maybe 3 feet.
And when you chose a curb to go to, did you go to the left or the right curb? Or, you know, that's a bad question.
It'd been my left,
Your left? Okay.
the
So if,
passenger side.
so the side of the road that you were on was the,
Objection, Your Honor, that's mischaracterization. It wasn't on the side.
you said he was 3 feet from a curb, Your Honor. I'm trying to ascertain which side of the street. I don't believe I'm mischaracterizing.
Objection overruled, sir. You can answer the question.
I would be with my left side.
Okay. And would that be the same side of the road that the defendant driving down would be oncoming traffic? Was he on the right side of the road? The correct side of the road for him to be driving on?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Baker, thank you for your testimony, sir. You may step down. Do you have any other witnesses, ma'am?
No.
Any witnesses, Mr. Bickert?
No.
Argument, Ms. Bailey.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move for bind over on all counts. We heard testimony today from Mr. Baker, who indicated that he observed the defendant driving down Sylvia Drive in a manner that was, he described as playful, as sliding back and forth, the forced sliding back and forth down the road, culminating in the car striking a snowbank 10 feet off the road where two children had moments before been playing. This resulted in a confrontation between Mr. Baker and Mr. Tucker, the defendant, as well as a third person. Mr. Baker did ask Mr. Tucker to, leave the premises. The defendant eventually got back into his car and backed up. At this time, we heard Mr. Baker indicate that he moved off to the side of the road, making himself about 3 feet from the curb, Your Honor, not in the middle of the road. And the defendant then sped up and drove towards the complaining witness and made contact. He then continued to drive for 30 more feet. That was the testimony here today, Your Honor. There was no stop. There was no attempting to move out of move farther into the street. He made contact with the complaining witness head on and continued to speed up as he drove down the street with the complaining witness basically on his hood. It is the people's contention, Your Honor, that the people have established an assault with a vehicle that is possible if you run into someone and drive 30 feet down the road in increasing speed, that it is possible that great bodily harm would in fact ensue. And I believe the people have met the burden of proof on all counts, and I would ask that this court find over. I reserve any further argument for rebuttal.
Mr. Bickert.
Their exaggeration of this man on his hood pretty much demonstrates the issues with this. Because we are testimony, we didn't hear any testimony at all about this. In any way struck by him. Never even struck. That's his testimony. Literally what he said. Only part of my body that touched that car was my palm of my hand. I am sorry, but there's not one human being in the planet that can stop a car with their palms. This, Your Honor, I think the testimony in this situation is pretty clear. You have a young man who enters into the trailer park, a manufactured home park, I believe that's the way you describe it. He's driving the car, he may be driving it in an erratic fashion, he might have been playing, he might have lost his mind. I don't know. But something attracted Mr. Baker's attention to this young man. He then testifies that as this young man drives slowly down the street in a direction in which he could leave the premises, that Mr. Baker then steps in front of his car and stops him with his shovel in his hand. He then says during the wreck that there's hollering and screaming and name calling. But when I asked about these names, all of a sudden he magically can't remember the names. Oh, I didn't really mean names. I just meant that there was, kind of an argument. After I've asked specifically about a specific name, or what, and then I asked, well, sir, what if anything did you say to this man? Oh, I don't really remember. His testimony, which belies common sense, is that my client never asked him to get out of the way of his car. That at some point my client gets out of the car, they exchange words, that a resident comes out, they exchange words, and then my client gets back into his vehicle after he's been asked to leave. He then, with Mr. Baker standing directly in front of his car, his testimony, not mine, it's what he said, standing in front of the car. So he can sit aside, 3 feet over there. He said he's standing in front of the car, both when the car backed up and when the car came forward. He was watching the car the entire time. He clearly did not want to move out and didn't move out of the way. And if he had moved out of the way, then it's quite impossible for him to have stuck both hands forward and put his hand on. We've seen this. At the end of the day, Mr. Baker thinks that he's the police. When all you have to do is just call the police. And he had called the police. At some point, the president got the license plate. Great. Call the police, give the plate, and go about your business. My client was asked to leave and then given absolutely no opportunity to do so. Which, even if he hadn't left, that's not what he's charged with. He's charged with assault with intent to murder, assault with intent to grip up the arm, which one is, I have not seen any intent to assault anybody. In fact, when did he assault anybody? He got back into his car and then proceeded to slowly, and the man said 5 miles an hour. This car is literally idle forward. And what does he do? He doesn't move. Yeah, leave, get out of my place. He stands there and tries to, you're not leaving. That's what he said. Oh, I thought the car was going to go that way, but it went this way, so he wasn't leaving. And then he had to admit, well, I didn't really know what it was. But he decided that car wasn't going the direction that he wanted it to go, that he thought it should be. And so he sat there and tried to stop the man, who tried to continue what he was already doing, which is harass my client because he was mad because he thought he did something wrong. And if he really wants to leave so badly, then why is he still in front of the car? So he's got his hands on the hood, he's backing up, and then he finally decides to get out of the way. And then the car leaves. I'm sorry, I know I'm getting a little bit stressed. Quite frankly, I don't even understand how this warrant was even signed. At the end, at the end of the day, certainly there's been no showing of an intent to murder. Certainly there's been no showing of an intent to great bodily harm. Because if that were really the case, and I'm not conceding felonious assault at all, there's no assault. My client tries to drive away. He's being prevented from driving away by a man who's irate and upset and using, well, that's not in evidence. So, but name calling, hollering and screaming, because he doesn't like the way my client was driving and he's upset because of something that he claims happened that we have no evidence for. At the end of the day, Mr. Baker thought that he was in charge of Mr. Tucker. He thought that he could tell him what to do and not do. And all Mr. Tucker tried to do was what he asked, probably not Your Honor, this case should be dismissed. At the end of the day, Mr. Tucker committed no crime. If any, the only possible crime he could have committed would have been trespassing, which again, he has to be given an opportunity to leave. Even if that was a police officer sitting there saying, you gotta leave, he has to be given an opportunity to leave. This case should be dismissed.
Ma'am,
What's an assault? Assault is an apprehension of an immediate battery. That's what it is. That's what an assault is. You have the defendant back up, rev his car, and then drive forward. The complaining witness moved off and was now 3 feet away from the side of the road. That's what he testified to. The defendant then continues to drive for another 30 feet with someone right in front of his car. Doesn't attempt to stop, doesn't slow down, speeds up, revs his engine. That's what happens. It is entirely possible to assault someone and to batter someone and to injure someone when you're driving, continuing to drive while they are in front of your car and you don't stop. And that's what we have here today, Your Honor, and I would ask that the court find over on all charges.
don't stand up because I'm not,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Bicker.
There's a blatant
When I say don't stand up, Mr. Bicker,
I'm
listen,
sure the court is aware
make your
that
record,
assault
sir.
is-
Make your record.
An assault is not an apprehension. An assault is an intentional act with an intention, a criminal intent upon my client. Those two elements have to come before the third. That's my brother, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Court's had the opportunity to listen to the testimony this afternoon and will bind Mr. Tucker over on counts 2 and count 3 only. The next step in these proceedings, Mr. Tucker, is your arraignment on the information to Frank Murphy Hall of Justice on June the 22nd, 2022 at 9 a.m. Your previously entered bond with any conditions will continue. Anything else, Ms. Bailey, in this matter? Anything else, Mr. Bicker? Thank you. There are people here for the pre-hearing. Ms. Bailey, I don't know if you need to speak to Mr. Kearney. The court is going to bring in the pre-hearings, dispense with them, take a short recess, and then we'll start. I need to check with the officers that we're okay to proceed with this last exam. Ken, that was directed at you. Hold on one sec. Thank you. To the people who are here for pre-hearings, I offer you my sincere apologies. We are running late on our exam dockets. We should have been done at 3 o'clock. The prosecutor stepped out in the